Okay.
I've used that gravitational wave background before. It's a cool one.
Where'd it come from? Let's see. I stole it, of course.
So did I.
This actually might be nice. No, yeah, well, I don't know.
I think it's out there for the stealing, though. They want you to steal it.
Yeah, space.com is where this came from, but
yeah, it's
I
available.
didn't get it from Kip Thorne, that's for sure.
Well,
There it is. All right.
I think next time I go on, I'm going to do family member instead of me and see if your information gets put into my computer. Okay. That'll make it go faster for me, for you, if I can get me. Okay. Next time. I'll have you do the same. Okay? Okay. Hello, Libby. Good to see you.
Hello. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hi, Libby.
Libby. Hi,
Hello.
Libby.
Now I'm channeling Jerry. He used to put these NASA things up there.
Yeah, that's cool. You gotta be monochrome though. You gotta be.
Oh gosh, I have to make myself monochrome, huh? Yeah, you're right. Well, I'm not going to do that. I know how, but unfortunately, Zoom does not give you access to the camera controls, so I have to start Skype.
That's what I do.
Go in there with that,
yep.
and you know, open up the.
Yeah.
It's dumb. Okay, well, I think, I don't know, maybe I like this one better than that. What do you think? Or that? Nah. That's too crazy, huh?
What is it?
A neutron star, some artist rendition of a neutron star collision. I'll go with this. It's pretty, you know, that's cool.
That's how we get gold, silver, and platinum, and some other heavy metal elements.
Everything, pretty much, past iron. If it's past iron, it's that stuff.
That's good stuff, colliding neutron stars.
Mm-hmm.
Proves jewelry, among other things.
Custom live streaming.
So what in our body was not created inside of a star?
Hydrogen and helium in the early part of the universe, so-called Big Bang nucleosynthesis.
I see. Maybe some lithium or something.
A tiny and deuterium.
Like a little taste of it, just a little.
And deuterium, but most everything else was later from supernovae and other massive stars, like neutron stars.
So we got 12 billion year old hydrogen water in our bodies. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
So we're 12 billion years old.
We're old in mixed element, right?
We're just part of
Is that what we are?
big recycling program, I'm afraid.
Yes.
I guess it's actually 13.8 billion years old.
Yep. In 2013, they had to reprint 100 million textbooks just to change it from 13.7 to 13.8.
Oh my gosh.
Think of the
That true?
publishers went through.
That's how they sell new textbooks. That's how they sell them.
Yeah.
Reason why there's probably more tablets in schools than ever. Update the webpage.
I just got a new telescope.
You did. Tell us about it, Libby.
Yeah, my dad, his old home that he used to live in when he was about my age, it's like full of like a bunch of old stuff, and he found a telescope there, so we're hoping to get it cleaned up. It's pretty big. It's actually, the mount is made out of wood.
Well, congratulations. May you really enjoy using it, Libby.
That's a good day when you get a new telescope.
Oh yeah.
It's a Newtonian telescope, and I was surprised because it was actually wood-based and it wasn't metal and a bunch of metal. It has I think it has weights on it.
Hello, Gary.
Hi, David. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Gary. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Hope you all are.
Yeah.
Yep.
I decided to go to Scott's office and sit down.
What's that? Hey, you can hear the vacuum of space outside.
Yeah.
Just right outside my office.
The vacuum, huh?
Probably a lot more coffee machines. And,
Yeah, vacuum of space really sucks. It does.
It's relative.
It's all
Yeah.
real.
You have to
Well,
be
that's what they
inside.
say.
You have
Why
to be
is the
inside a
universe a
spaceship for
vacuum?
it to suck out. Mhm.
I'm snacking on popcorn. I probably shouldn't, but
What I did last week.
Popcorn's good.
yeah, then the salt makes me thirsty. So
I sat back and enjoyed the show, eating popcorn.
Is that what you did last time?
all right, I'm there.
Now, if you're listening out there in the audience, you will see in the posting of this this website, or not this website, but posting of this event, the Global Star Party, we give you the link to log on to the waiting room. So, and we'll open the waiting room right around 9:30, maybe a little bit earlier than that, depending on how things go. And then you can join for the after party.
I guess this is the before party.
This is the before party. That's right. Yes.
This is
This is
happy
the
hour, right?
backstage pass party right here.
We're celebrating Libby's new telescope tonight.
Hooray.
We need to get it cleaned up though. It's still very dirty. And I'm afraid if I get anything in the lens, it might be dirtied up and I'll be like, well, dang it.
Bring it by here. We'll clean it up for you, Libby.
Yeah, we're actually going to take one of my eyepieces that's dirty in my new telescope.
Well, Libby, what is the size of the mirror in this new telescope of yours?
I'd say it's about 40 millimeters or so. Maybe like the size of the one behind me, but a little bit smaller.
And it's a mirror telescope?
It's a Newtonian, so
Yes, huh?
yeah.
Very cool. Do you know what brand it is?
I forgot the brand. I'll have to look at it real quick.
What color is it?
It's a black color. It's like dark black all around, and there's some silver parts on it. I'm gonna
Might be a Bushnell. Could be a
I
me.
have a picture of it. I'm gonna see if I can find the brand on it.
Well, today is the anniversary of supernova 1987A.
You going to talk a little bit about that tonight, are you?
No. I'm just highlighting it. We have a little video, a little feature video.
Oh, that would be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah, for the Hubble Space Telescope. I didn't think I could top that, so.
Okay.
1987.
The brand of the telescope is Tasco.
Tasco, okay. A black one.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I was reading a piece from Facebook yesterday, and someone said, I got a Celestron 4-inch telescope for $10, and somebody just told me I wasted my money.
What?
And I wrote him back. And I said, I don't believe there is such a thing in the universe as a bad telescope. I don't think it exists, such a thing.
That's not true. Richard Grayson show you some pretty nice astrophotography done with a 4-inch Newtonian reflector.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to get better too. Now that I replaced the mirror in the Comet Hunter, the mirror from the Comet Hunter is going to become a donor to that one.
I see.
Well, are we all ready to go? We are 41 seconds away.
Yeah, all set.
Let's do it.
That's right. Brian Fanning says he just bought a 16-inch David Levy planisphere. It's very cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Mm-hmm. And today is the anniversary of supernova in 1987A. The most studied supernova of all time. Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts with Explore Scientific, and this is the Explore Alliance presentation of the 33rd Global Star Party. So I can hardly believe we've done so many, but it's always a lot of fun. And we, all of us friends, get together and we talk about astronomy on all different kinds of topics. We see some great images. We get to hear talks from iconic astronomers. And on these star parties, as of late, you too can join and be part of it in the after party. So if you look in the posting of this particular event, you can see the link that you can go into our waiting room, and that will open, I think, about maybe 9:20 tonight, Central Time. So, and you too can be part of the world famous Global Star Party. We have, aside from it being the anniversary of supernova 1987A, we've got, our regular lineup of speakers that would include Comet Discoverer David Levy, Astronomy Magazine's chief editor-in-chief, David Eicher. We've got Jason Gonzell of the Vast Reaches with us in this first part of this edition of the show. We've got Libby and the Stars on. And Gary Palmer is here as well, all the way from the UK. So you can see up on the Hollywood Squares-like view at this point, Jerry Hubble, Jason Gonzell, David Eicher, the Astro Beard, Richard Grace, Bob Denny, David Levy, Libby and the Stars, Gary Palmer, of course, and John Goss from the Astronomical League, former president of the Astronomical League. So. And Jason's hiding at this point behind his video screen. But we will get started with some beautiful words from our dear friend David Levy. David has done more than 33 global star parties. He not only has done programs for us, but he's done them for astronomy clubs across the country, maybe around the world by this time. The pandemic has forced all of us to get more online and figure out creative ways to share the astronomy experience with you. And so, and David has went into the deep end. He has volunteered to be on so many talks and lectures that I can't even keep count. I'm glad he's here tonight. David, you've got the stage.
Well, thank you, Scotty, and welcome to all of you at Global Star Party number 33. This has been one of the most fun things I've done, and I've really enjoyed being a part of what Scotty has done here. He's done a phenomenal job with it. The longest one actually lasted almost 24 hours.
That's right.
When we had a star party to celebrate the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. Yes. Started at about 2 a.m. and went right on until dark that next night.
That's right.
It was really very special. Well, I usually begin my presentations and end them with a little bit of a quote. And tonight I'm going to offer two of them. And the first one I just got yesterday. It was written by someone who I just met who lives in Arizona. His name is Ruben. And Wendy kind of liked it, and I kind of like it. And I'm just going to begin it. It's a little bit of a, it's just a little bit of a thing about distant worlds. Distant worlds with close connectivity, life in its own dimension, is free for an eternity, transcending through space and time on my virtuous journey. When I look up to the stars in the night sky, it gives me the feeling that I found my home in paradise. And this is really a very interesting little piece of work by someone that I just met yesterday. So people are still writing poetry. Actually, even though I have been quoting poems and prose works from other people for many years now. In fact, the first time I did this was actually in the spring of 1960 at Roslyn School. I was in the 6th grade. And tonight's quotation the nice little presentation that I'm giving you right now is number 1871. And so I've done this a lot of times. There's been an awful lot of presentations that I've done. But as I am trying to, emphasize, I'm not a poet in the sense that I do not write poetry most of the time. There is an exception, however. I remember I was on an airplane flight from Tucson through Dallas to New York to attend the funeral of my father-in-law. And I was just thinking about him and how much fun he was to have around and what a darn good father-in-law he was. How I enjoyed showing him things through the telescope over and over and over again. How he sat at our wedding, Wendy's wedding and my wedding, to look at a presentation about comets. And he said, we went to a wedding and we learned something, which is very unusual for a wedding. But anyway, as I'm flying back to New York, I took out my a little pad and I took out a pen, and with tears flowing down my face the entire time, I wrote this elegy for my father-in-law. And I'd like to quote it for you tonight. It's not really astronomical, but it's something that means a lot from my heart that I'd like to share with you now. It's called Elegy for Dad. To cherished Dad, I was so glad to join your family. And I'm going to stop it right here to explain the cadence of the poem. Dad loved Robert Service. He loved the cremation of Sam McGee. And I think everybody loves the cremation of Sam McGee. But he particularly loved the rhyme scheme and the cadence of it. And so that's why I've written this poem in that cadence. So let's try again. To cherished Dad, I was so glad to join your family. Your love of life and of your wife were wondrous things to see. Your sense of fun made everyone smile when they heard you say a little joke that was the stroke we needed to hear that day. You'd always fight to do what's right, no matter what came to you. But you didn't boast about the host of times this worked for you. Your sage advice was always nice for family and friends to hear. Most of all, you stood 10 feet tall in the hearts of your most dear. Dad and Mom, it must be fun to remember your children 4, Joni and Gail, and Wendy of Vale, and Sandy made one more. Your pride never hid in what they did, but one thing you never knew was that each one seems in hopes and dreams to follow after you. We sadly watched the terrible cost the years were to your health. We shared your hell each time you fell and did what we could to help. You lost your sight, but not your fight. When we asked, are you in pain? You put on a smile that stretched a mile and said, I can't complain. My dad, you know, from years ago when Wendy and I were small. When Daddy died in '85, I took quite a fall. But 12 years passed, and then at last you offered me once more the chance to shout, hi, Dad. No doubt that feeling made me sore. I miss you, Dad. I wish you had more time to spend down here. Wherever you go, I want you to know I feel you are still so near. The trips we took would fill a book, but what was second to none was the pleasure I felt that life has dealt me the honor to be your son.
Oh,
Thank you, Scotty, and back to you.
that's nice. That is nice. That's wonderful. Wow. So I'll let that soak in for a second here. That's great. As we transition to our next speaker, we're going to since it's a global star party, we're going to do a little bit of a live observing right now, just for a couple of minutes. We're going to switch over to Jerry Hubble, who will share his view through the Mark Slade Remote Observatory.
Yep. I got the right one.
Looks like.
Was it the was that the MSRO? Was that, I don't know if I picked the right one. Let me go back.
Just came back to you.
Yeah, I know. I thought I'd selected the correct screen. Let me go to here. All right. This is it. All right. That's the whole desktop from the Mark Slade Remote Observatory.
Very cool.
And this is a live picture. I'm actually capturing frames right now. That's a live picture of the moon. And here's a picture I took earlier, just grabbed it with the other Maxim DL. And let me zoom up on the thing here. So this was when I first started, when I first connected. There's Tycho. You know, Tycho's a nice crater to always look at. Now, one of the things, this is what I've talked about before. I do these images of the full disk moon with the Astro camera. So it's not a video camera. The frame rate's not very high. It's like 1.5 frames per second. But it's a full high dynamic image for each one. It takes up a huge amount of space. I do like 2,000 frames, and it takes up like 30 gigabytes of disk space.
Wow.
For the video. And I'm doing it with SharpCap, and that's what I'm doing right now here with SharpCap. And I could zoom up. Let me stop this capture. I've got 1,000 frames already, so let me stop this capture. And what I want to do is I want to zoom up real quick just to show you what it looks like. Let's see here. There's my auto zoom. All right.
A lot of people think that imaging the moon is easy. You know, I mean, yes, of course you can do it with an iPhone, but getting really high resolution, good quality or great quality images of the moon is not easy.
No. So you can see here, that's a pretty close up view of the moon. That's what it looks like. And so I capture all these frames, and then I use software to pick out the best of each part of the moon images in the video, and then stack them and come up with really, really high resolution images, which I don't have direct access to it right now, but they're awesome images. So that's an example.
Great. Okay. We'll come back.
So let me stop my share.
Yeah, we'll come back to you. Now, Jerry Hubble was operating from the Mark Slade Remote Observatory, and he's written this book on remote observatories for amateur astronomers. This is a great read if you're even contemplating doing something like that. Also, you know, our first speaker, of course, is David Levy, and we're going to recommend that you read his life story in A Night Watchman's Journey. You can buy this through starzona.com. Jerry's book is available through Springer.com. And then our next speaker is none other than Astronomy Magazine's David Eicher. David is author, a gentleman who has crossed all, if there are boundaries in astronomy, from professional to amateur to people who just wonder about the night sky. You know, David Eicher has been in every field of it, and has brought so many of us together for events, for his lectures, and through his books. And one of the books I really love is his Galaxies book, because I just personally love galaxies. And the whole reason I got into amateur astronomy the way that I did was learning about the distance scale of the universe and being able to look back into time across millions and millions of years to see the fossil light of galaxies. So this is a great book. And you can find this on Amazon.com. It's called Galaxies Inside the Universe's Star Cities. And I give to you Mr. David Eicher.
Thank you, Scott, so much. And what a wonderful start by David, and fantastic imaging, Jerry. Thank you so much for that. Tonight, I'd like to talk a little bit. I'm sort of moving out, talking about some random things farther out into the cosmos and farther back in time. And I'm going to go all the way back tonight, if I may, and talk about the reason why we're here, the origin of the universe, the Big Bang. In 1964, a breakthrough discovery proved beyond the shadow of a doubt that the universe began in a Big Bang, an original small source, and it's expanding outward and has been ever since. Curiously, there's tremendous evidence for the Big Bang. It's been conceptual evidence since the 1920s or even before of the expanding universe, and there's been ironclad evidence since 1964 for the Big Bang. But for whatever reason, this is something that a lot of astronomy enthusiasts tend to really want to resist. There's sort of an undercurrent in the world of astronomy practitioners, not professionals, but astronomy enthusiasts, of Big Bang skeptics, which I always find quite curious. Science isn't selective. Here's one thing that's certain about science. You believe in scientific principles and observation and experimentation and empiricism, or maybe you don't. But you can't believe in science some of the time. And then when you don't feel like it, you don't believe in empiricism. That doesn't work out so well from terms of the philosophy of science. So it's a very curious thing that there's so much skepticism about the Big Bang, because it's a very, very well proven concept of the origin of the universe and of our cosmological model of the universe. So where did the logic for the Big Bang come from? In the 1910s and the 1920s, V.M. Slipher at Lowell Observatory with this famous Slipher spectrograph, which you can see there now. And of course, Edwin Hubble in the 1920s at Mount Wilson discovered that galaxies, once they were identified by Hubble, their true nature, are all expanding apart from each other, generally speaking. Running this universal expansion backwards in time, of course, leads us to an origin, a small, infinitely dense, infinitely hot start. And then along came the astrophysicist Fred Hoyle, who wanted to upset the apple cart on this notion. He believed in the so-called steady state theory in the 1940s, did a lot of work on it and promoted it very carefully. And he went on the BBC on a radio program in the 1940s and really attacked the Big Bang. And there was hot and heavy competition at this point in time as to which cosmological model of several actually was the correct one. Well, Hoyle very derisively and pointedly called his competitor the Big Bang model as an insult, and the name stuck. And we've never gone back from it, of course. For many years thereafter, many cosmologists and astrophysicists battled with each other openly with regard to the cosmological model that they supported, until 1964, when Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson, Bob Wilson, who, by the way, is active at Starmus many of these years, and if you come to Starmus, you can meet him. They won the Nobel Prize, of course, for this discovery. They were working at Bell Labs in New Jersey, and with a large horn antenna, they discovered a uniform radio emission over the entire sky that was of course, the background echo of the Big Bang. So that turned out to be the ironclad evidence in 1964 of this origin of the cosmos. But that wasn't all the evidence. A string of cosmological satellites, the most important ones beginning in 1992 and going up nearly to the present, discovered an enormous amount of supporting evidence for the Big Bang and the so-called cosmic microwave background radiation that resulted from it. They included COBE, the Cosmic Microwave Background Explorer, That is also WMAP was the second very, very important satellite, the Wilkinson microwave anisotropy probe. And most recently and most importantly, the European Planck satellite. And it was the most recent data release of Planck going on 10 years, not quite 10 years ago now, that gives us our fundamental understanding of the Big Bang and of the cosmological properties of the universe and the model that nearly everyone universally accepts. Now, so from the Planck data, we know a lot of cosmological parameters. We know that the universe is 13.8 billion years old. And we also talked earlier on another star party about old Albert Einstein slipping one to us and explaining that matter and energy are two forms interconvertibly of the same thing. Of course, that's what E equals mc squared tells us, because c squared, the speed of light, is a constant. So energy and mass are the same thing. You can prove that by eating a cracker and running across the room, converting mass into energy. And we know then the share of the mass and energy from these satellites in the universe is about 69% dark energy that was only discovered in 1998, this fundamental force that is pushing the expansion of the universe outward. 26% dark matter, this unseen and mysterious matter that was hypothesized back in the 30s and in the 1970s. Vera Rubin and Kent Ford and their collaborators really discovered the evidence for dark matter. We still don't know what dark energy nor dark matter, what they really are made of. Suspicions, but nothing more. And a whopping 5% of the stuff in the universe is the so-called baryonic matter, the bright matter, the stuff that we see and interact with and know and understand. Stars, planets, galaxies, cats, dogs, trees, planets, the whole rest of that song. A whopping 5% of the mass energy of the universe. So there's a whole lot to understand yet. If there are any Libby and other budding astrophysicists, there's some work to do yet, cut out for the future to understand what's going on in the universe. Most cosmologists accept also an add-on, if you will, hypothesis to the Big Bang that was created independently nearly at the same time, proposed in the 1970s by Alan Guth at MIT and by Andre Linde, so-called cosmic inflation. That's this period very rapidly within the first second after the Big Bang of a hyperinflation of the size of the universe. That explains a lot of what we see today observationally, if this inflationary period, so-called, happened very, very early in the history of the universe. And if inflation, of course, is indeed true, it means the visible universe that we can see is not the whole universe. And in fact, the universe may be infinite, which is, one of those moments where science sounds like science fiction. But that's what mathematics and inflation theory would tell us. So that's something to ponder on our next night out there under the stars, whether we're together observing remotely here virtually or out under that real sky. It's an awfully big place. We know that it began with the Big Bang. We're getting a handle on the cosmological parameters and properties of the universe, but there's a lot to learn yet, and you can get yourself a Nobel Prize by deciphering, Libby, what dark energy is or what dark matter consists of. So there's a very short history of the Big Bang.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's great. Geez. There's I guess there's so much support for this model, the beginning of our universe. I always think about, what was before the Big Bang, the early primordial universe, and what was before that, so because I'm certainly one in the camp of cause and effect, so, and I always think
kind of an interesting question, because it's kind of like what you know, what do you get when you divide something by 0? It's infinity, right? So, but it's undefined is what it is. There's nothing, time didn't start till the Big Bang, right? So how can there be anything before it?
That's right. And this is something that Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr used to sit around and argue about and enjoy themselves, you know, being cantankerous with each other and taking opposite positions just for fun, you know. And Einstein, this is really, we get into not the philosophy of science here, but just into philosophy, really and beyond the realm of science, because science is observational, it's experimental. We can tell what happened back to the Big Bang. We can't tell either what happened before the Big Bang scientifically, as far as we understand, or, you know, so something may or may not have existed before the Big Bang. It's not in the realm of science to or its capability to answer that, at least right now, just as it's not this mathematical hypothetical possibility of multiple universes, say, we're in one universe that is in a bubble-like structure and there are other universes outside ours, but we have no observational or experimental capability to detect other universes. So they're outside of the realm of science too. So that really becomes speculation and philosophy, and we don't know the answer. And so Einstein's point was, following the principles of science, that the simplest explanation always turns out to be the correct one, so-called Occam's razor, which was named after the early German philosopher William of Occam. Why do you need to have an extra step then to speculate on something that happened before? You know, that's not in the realm of science. So you can decide anything you'd like about what came before the Big Bang, or how many universes exist aside from the one that we can observationally see and test, but you're now not doing science. You're outside the realm of science and you're having fun philosophically.
Yes.
One thing that's really interesting, David, about your presentation is how Fred Hoyle's derogatory labeling has gone into the popular culture. Not only is the Big Bang Theory the favored scientific theory for the origin of the universe, it is also the title of one of the most successful television programs of all time, The Big Bang Theory, which ran for more than a decade. And ended, I really love the ending when Sheldon gets the Nobel Prize, because the sequel, which is Young Sheldon, is on now. And it's interesting to listen to the character as he is developing and getting a little more mature in some ways and not in others. But it's just so interesting to see how he develops into the scientist he is to become, and the person who will eventually win the Nobel Prize in physics. I find the programs absolutely fascinating. Can't wait to see the next one, Wendy.
That's terrific,
Okay,
David.
thanks.
And a nice parallel track of science and entertainment coming together and inspiring us in that way. And I love it. You know, Fred Hoyle, of course, couldn't stand it when not only did his dirty name for the competing theory catch on, the Big Bang, but people loved the name the Big Bang. You know, it drove Fred Hoyle crazy. You know, he couldn't stand that, you know.
Wow. You know, maybe you should have never said it. So. Wonderful. Okay, so our next speaker is Living in the Stars, but we're going to take a peek through Richard Grace's the Astrobeards telescope for yet another view of the moon.
The moon seems to be the star of the show tonight. It's big and bright and in the corner of the sky that I can see it. And one of my neighbors has their searchlight on, and the other one, they got a whole bunch of lights in the back of the house. So I kind of got to wait till it moves a little bit. But let's see here with the APS-C sensor of the 2600 on the Comet Hunter. Wow. That's the field of view we're getting right now.
Yeah.
And bring it in here. It doesn't look as good as the Mark Slade Observatory.
Well, it doesn't look bad.
It doesn't look bad. Got Tycho down here. Starts getting a little bit fuzzy, and see, we're frame chopping at 10 milliseconds. I don't think it's refreshing that fast, but some of them come through look pretty clear.
And how many images will you take and stack before you're satisfied?
I probably won't.
I won't. Okay.
I was just getting the moon up here, and
right.
It takes a lot of data.
You give us a live view. That's cool.
Yeah, I looked at my PhD 2 guiding, and just the screen's completely whited out. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna jump off of this and hopefully get on some stuff towards some galaxy clusters after a little while here, once I get things tuned in. Okay,
sounds good. All right. So our next speaker is young Libby in the stars. Libby is has now turned 11 years old. She is. It seemed impossible to me that she could be any more interested in space and astronomy as she is, but it seems that the more she learns, the more she wants to know. And she is refining her talks. She has. I know that she has appeared on other programs, and she's starting to spread the word, and that's wonderful because Libby is now doing a lot of educational outreach, and not only outreach in education, but she's sharing her passion and inspiring people all over the country and maybe all over the world. Libby, what's your program? What's your talk about tonight?
Well, I am keeping to my list that I made a long time ago, and I'm talking about the galaxy, the star cluster NGC 1769, and I made a PowerPoint, so I'm going to share that. And here it is. Let me put on present. So this is NGC 1769. I have a little photo here. I've gotten really good at making Google Slides now because I'm in virtual school, so it's definitely a good thing to have as a talent. NGC 1769 is a star cluster. As you can see there in the middle, I'm gonna get my little pointer out. In the middle there, right here, that is a star cluster right there, just under that dark line of a nebula. And I'm going to be showing more photos, but some of the photos I'm showing are different colors too, just because the lenses are different. A bunch of different photos. Here's the photos I was going to show. I was going to talk a little bit about photos, like doing astrophotography and sharing it, because I know that was one way I got into astronomy. When I was at school, I had this one book that I really loved. It was like probably one of the most complex space books in my school library here, and I loved it so stinking much because the photos in it were amazing, and like they were so colored, and there were different colors, and I would learn about like saturation and like the photos of colors. And I think that was one of the books that got me inspired in astronomy. I haven't seen that book in a long time because I haven't been to my school library in a while, but I'll have to go see if I can find it again and share it, because that was an amazing book, and I think photos inspire people. I mean, visual astronomy is amazing to get people interested in doing astronomy, but I thought the photos in it were amazing. I'm gonna have to find it, but I think like photos,
as far as showing you the unseen part of the universe, things that you can't see through a telescope, even through very large telescopes. The eye is very limited in what it can see in its visual range, and you mentioned the colors. Well, there's, these different wavelengths that the human eye just cannot detect. And that can be done through, certainly through electronic imaging. And, I think maybe all of these images are through off of electronic
Just the pictures
sensors.
that you have on your screen.
Yeah, and I also think that space changes every single second. Like all these
Maybe
photos,
lose
they
it for
use
a
different
second.
lenses. It's different telescopes.
okay.
It's different people
What is she
taking the
gonna do?
photos. It's different times in space, and it's just all of them are very different.
When you start talking
Some may
about
be closer
Chris, you
to
wanted to show that
the
picture?
some may be closer to
She is.
the star cluster, and some may be farther away. So I think that the everything in space changes every single second. So even if you're into extremely into astronomy, you know every single galaxy out there, which none of us do, but know a bunch of the pictures, every picture there is to be found of space. Every single picture is different, and it's the pictures out there, there's different lenses definitely you can take the photos with. There's different cameras, different times in space. I know all these weren't taken on the same day, the same minute, the same second. And there's just multiple things that you can get fascinated by astronomy over and over again, because there's so many things that you can do in astronomy. One of my friends, we used to take my little small telescope I have behind me. We used to take it out into the yard, and I used to show her Saturn and Jupiter. And she didn't really know much about space or astronomy, but she was still very fascinated about what was in my telescope lens. And I think that's why visual astronomy is very important. There's many ways you can share visual astronomy through different telescopes, different lenses, and it's definitely, just sharing it to yourself, just that's your hard work. That's your lens, that's your telescope, that's your picture you have of the nebula. And I know all of these are definitely certain distances from the star cluster. You might see them faintly away in different colors, and it's just easy to get fascinated by space over and over again for generations, especially if you're new to space. If you're new to doing space and astronomy and seeing images, that's when you're mostly impressed. But when you're really into astronomy, it just never stops the fascination of space, and I just think we need to show this generation of kids pictures of space and why it is important, not just space travel, but astronomy. And we need to teach the kids of this generation astronomy, because those are the people who are going to be working for NASA in the future, hopefully.
That's
And
right.
yeah, the people at NASA right now, they're not going to be there forever.
That's right.
Nothing lasts forever, so you got to carry the torch. I remember us saying that the beginning star parties I was on, and carrying the torch, and I just like to use that quote a lot now, because it's we're the new generation of NASA, and we need to be able to tell kids my age about astronomy, because I bet some of them will be interested in astronomy and space travel, working for space, math, literature. I know literature is another way you can get into astronomy. I never thought about it, but I've been reading a bunch of books, and I was super excited this week in school because the Perseverance rover that just landed, my teacher did one activity about the Perseverance rover, and I was super happy about that, because it reminded me of carrying the torch and being able to share the passion of astronomy to others, and definitely yourself too. Just seeing that is space and time real life right now, you're viewing it like right now in the universe. Now, not me right now, like you can't watch an explosion in space that was just like happening right now in space. But maybe you can watch one that happened like 1,000 years ago, if because of light years and stuff. And so I think it's very important visual astronomy to be able to share that with the world and share the passion of astronomy through visual pictures and being able to share that with friends, family, all over the world. Just blast it out there, your picture.
Wonderful. Wonderful presentation, Libby.
Thank
I
you.
have a comment to make, if it's okay, Libby.
Uh-huh.
As I listen to your presentations with each passing global star party, the improvement and the growth in your maturity is wonderful. And it certainly is a lot faster than mine was when I was starting astronomy, when I was approximately your age. But the real comment tonight isn't from me. It's going to be from my teacher. And Wendy, it's all yours. My wife, Wendy, who was a teacher for many years, would like to make a comment to you, Libby. And here she is.
Hi, Libby. I taught school for 26 years, and I taught mostly your age group, elementary through upper middle school, junior high. And it is difficult to believe that you are only 11. Happy birthday, by the way. Because if you keep up your love of astronomy the way you do right now, and it doesn't change as you get older, which sometimes does and can happen, you are going places. You are just, for your age, you are better than most people I've heard give lectures to. So keep it up, and I hope the enthusiasm stays there. Good luck.
Thank you so much. I hope that I can carry on the global star party for like 1,000 years and pass it to the next generation as long as I can.
See,
I'll show you
that's
how
the
to
way
take
do
over,
it.
and you can do them well into your old age. Wonderful.
And
Libby, thank you so much. Thank you.
Libby, congratulations. And I have a quick comment, if I may, too, if that's okay.
Yes.
You have the Tarantula Nebula here with your star cluster. And did you know it's one of the 2 largest star forming regions known in the whole universe, the Tarantula Nebula. And it's a long way away, of course, in the Large Magellanic Cloud. It's about 168,000 light years away. But you know the Orion Nebula, you've observed it.
Yeah.
It's 1,350 light years away in Orion, much closer to us. If you put the Tarantula Nebula as close as the Orion Nebula is in our sky, it would cast shadows onto the ground.
Wow.
Of us.
That's crazy.
How large and bright it is.
That would be beautiful if we could see it like that.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of cool to know?
Yeah, hopefully not dangerous though, if it was that way.
Nah, not dangerous. 1,300 light years is still a long hike.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. All right. So we are going to transition here. Our next speaker is known throughout the social media world as the Vast Reaches. His name is Jason Gunzell. Jason has been on our program several times, but he has done amazing work in solar, deep sky, planetary, and his images are just, every time I see his work, I'm floored at the amount of detail, the richness of the and range of his work. And when I say range, I'm talking about when you see the nebulosity of some of the objects that he's captured, where, I mean, just going down to really faint stuff to really bright stuff, but he's able to spatially image process this stuff so that you can see all this rich detail. His image of the sun recently that he shared with me, I think it was on Instagram or got shared inadvertently maybe Jason can tell the story, but it was viewed almost 1 million times on social media. So, normally I would have like a transition of a live image, but we're going straight to an astrophotographer right now. So let's do this at this moment. Jason, I'm going to turn over the stage to you.
All right. Well, thanks, Scott. Thanks for the kind words. The image you're referencing, the image of the sun, it got blasted all over the internet. Pretty much went viral everywhere with the headline, "NASA's sharpest image of the sun ever released." And it was a shot taken through my solar telescope in my backyard. And I appreciate the compliments, but it would have been nice to have some sort of credit associated.
Some credit. NASA got all the credit.
With the massive share, but yeah, it was a very popular image. But I don't have it pulled up to share with you today, so I apologize for that intro and then let down. But you had started off the program talking about the supernova 1987A, which was a core collapse supernova, one of the more studied ones in the universe because it was accessible to modern astronomers. But I thought I'd talk a little bit about core collapse supernovas, or at least supernovae, and at least show some of the images I've been able to get. Last year around this time, there was a large supernova in the galaxy M61. And fortunately for me, this was just a stroke of dumb luck, I was imaging that galaxy at the time when that supernova lit up, and I actually caught before and after images of that supernova. So I'm going to show you some of those, and I'm going to share off of a different computer. So let me know if this works. Are you able to see my screen here?
Yes.
Okay. So this galaxy we're looking at here, this is Messier 61, which is a face-on spiral galaxy. And this blue dot here, which, can you see my mouse hovering?
Yes.
Yeah, this blue
It's very
dot
small. It's very small.
within the, let me,
Maybe you can make it bigger.
it's already full screen, but
cursor.
This star here is the supernova, which actually was completely invisible until it lit up. I've got some before and after pictures here, but this one's labeled 2020 JFO. And this was a type 2 supernova, so a core collapse supernova similar to 1987A. And this is a close-up of that galaxy before. And then if I step over one, you can see the supernova light up. And hopefully that's coming through okay. Interesting thing about a supernova like this is it literally outshines a galaxy. You can see the brightness of this. It almost appears to be a star within our galaxy. It's as bright as the core of the M61 itself. And so what I have here pieced together is a time lapse of my luminance frames playing in a loop, and I've got the dates here. I was capturing this through March, April, and May of 2020. And then I've got the circle there, and it shows the supernova light up. And then this is the stacked image as the video pulls back. But I'll let this play a couple times so you can see just how abrupt and how bright, physically bright, that supernova is once it ignites.
Look at this. This is cool. Wow.
So these images are spaced, as I'm capturing this galaxy over a few months. I'll I'll capture a few nights in a row, but due to weather, the moon, or there's, other factors, I'm not capturing it every night. So there is some spacing between these luminance frames, but it was very fortunate to be capturing it during this. And I just happened to hear about it, and then looking back through my frames, I was able to piece this together to actually see that supernova ignite. That's what a supernova looks like in another galaxy. I thought it would be interesting to show what a supernova looks like within our own galaxy in the year 1054, I believe. Chinese astronomers had noticed a new star actually visible in the daylight, and that is the Crab Nebula. And I got a picture of it here I'll show. This is in X-ray. This is the Crab Nebula. This is actually the nebula formed by the wind of the pulsar that's at the core. After the supernova event, the core collapsed into a neutron star, and it's a highly magnetized spinning neutron star, which is classified as a pulsar. And you can actually see this this disk that forms around it, and then the jet which comes out of the pole of the pulsar. And so this is visible in X-ray. If you look at it in optical and infrared, you see different aspects of the Crab Nebula, but this is kind of what it looks like. Through some of our best scientific instruments, this is with the Chandra X-ray Observatory to see the pulsar wind, and then optical from the Hubble Space Telescope. But what I had planned to show you then is I was imaging this live tonight, and then the clouds came. But this was an image I captured just about an hour ago. This is in hydrogen alpha, and this is the Crab Nebula. And I've got some additional images here of the Crab Nebula. This was shot with near infrared filter over the last couple months. And what you can see here is, like you saw in the X-ray image, you can actually see the disk of the pulsar along with the jets coming out of the top. And when you combine an image like that with hydrogen alpha, you can start to see all the intricate structure which is within the Crab Nebula.
So
You can
beautiful.
still kind of see that the pulsar structure, and you can then see the filaments of hydrogen alpha, which are basically atmospheric layers of the star that it shed before it went supernova. So all this nebula here is actually created in that supernova event that the Chinese astronomers observed 1,000 years ago. And it's been expanding since then. Initially a point source of light, which was visible, bright enough to be visible in the daytime, has expanded over years. And even with modern astronomy, if you go back a decade, you can see the expansion of this nebula grows year upon year.
Incredible.
So that's kind of what I had. I just wanted to, talk about
Jason.
supernova a little bit, and I'm by no means an expert, although I like to, I like to image these things, and it's kind of cool to see them from two different vantage points, from within our galaxy and then also extragalactic.
Right. Yeah, maybe David Eicher, you could talk to the point of how is it possible that the light from a supernova can outshine a whole galaxy?
Those are great images, by the way, Jason. Those are fantastic. We'd love to get them for Astronomy Magazine.
What's
Just
that?
dropping a hint there.
Okay.
But yeah, supernovae are, aside from a few other very rare types of astrophysical phenomena, supernovae, for the most part, are the most energetic events in the cosmos. And so they very briefly, you know, for a period of days and weeks, can outshine an entire galaxy. In fact, for brief periods, because there's so much energy in that explosion. And these are massive stars, of course, that live fast and die young. You know, they only last a few millions of years and then produce these massive explosions and neutron stars and black holes often. You know, your description was exactly on with these things, you know, with the Crab nebula and pulsar, and with the M61 supernova as well. Very nicely done.
Yeah, thanks.
Incredible.
Well, the fun thing, you know, the creative thing about modern astrophotography is you have ultimate freedom in mixing these things and the colors and visualizations. So I was pretty pleased with the way this came out in infrared. I haven't seen very many images of it in the near infrared, and it's kind of a unique way to look at it, because you can see this pulsar structure in that channel, and you don't have, you know, if you look at it in, say, straight luminance or the visual spectrum, you have this webbing of the hydrogen overlaying it, and it's hard to see those details. So I was really happy with this. I'm still kind of working on putting together this image, but thought I'd share it.
That's really incredible. And the guy who's done a lot of work on this and showing the expansion over recent years in a series, and in fact in a movie with the Crab pulsar, is Jeff Hester, one of our pals who writes for the magazine as well, with the Hubble. But, you know, short of having the Hubble Space Telescope, I mean, this is about as nice as anything, you know, short of the Hubble can possibly show the Crab here. These are great images. And you can see, you know, the tendrils of gas and the overall shape of the object, you know, being a combination of different velocities of the gas coming out, and also hitting different densities of the interstellar medium, you know, that compresses and shocks and gets that gas to light up more. So that gives you these weird, you know, tendril shapes as it works to push against the interstellar medium, which is essentially invisible, you know, dust, cosmic dust, and dark stuff. So that, yeah, I mean, that's for, you know, as amateur astronomy images go, these are phenomenal.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
The supernova remnants are really interesting things to image, because as they continue to expand, they get very filamentary and enormous, really, because these structures hang together as they expand, you know, through the medium, and they get, like you said, affected by, you know, interstellar forces, either gravitation or radiation from these nearby stars, and they start to take on different shapes. So definitely, you know, as these expand, it's a continually evolving system, and you start to see this evolution if you look at different supernova remnants around the sky. But the Crab Nebula is interesting because it's one of the youngest in this form that and closest that we can image. So it's really a unique object out there.
Exactly right. And much older supernova remnants, the Veil Nebula, the Spaghetti Nebula, if you will, Simius 147, and others, you know, are on the order of 10 or 12 or 20,000 years old. At that point, they're starting to get very diffuse and pretty much returned, you know, on the order of 10 to 20 to 30 times this age of the Crab Nebula, which, as you said, is about a millennium old. On those time scales, that you're starting to really see the gas dissipate and get recycled back into the interstellar medium. And then eventually, of course, tidal forces and gravitational things, depending on locally what's going on, will bring that together and ultimately produce a new generation of stars from some of that gas.
Great. Great.
About recycling, huh?
All right. And there's a question here. Maybe you know the answer to this one. This is from John Pereschili. He says, how close is another pulsar to the crab? So I don't know. I wouldn't know the answer to that one.
Oh, I don't either. Yeah. Not very close,
Not very close.
but I have to check.
Yeah, I don't know either. You know, I tend to lean on Wikipedia for these things.
Yeah. Right. Well, wonderful. Well, Jason, thank you so much for blowing our minds again with some great images here. Right now, we're going to transition with Richard Grace, and as we go to John Goss from the Astronomical League, who is the official sponsor of our door prizes for the Global Star Parties. And so I know that Richard has been continually improving his work. And so let's see what you got. Not sure if you're muted there, Richard.
It helps when that's on.
There we go.
All right, so we got a few frames stacked on the Beehive cluster for a little intermission here, but I also had a couple pics from last week here, which are actually the same pic, and that's the less colored variant of Orion, and I also did one with just a little more color. So
Oh, nice.
those came from early last week while it was good and windy and all that. And I got one more from last week, but I'll show that later.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good.
There's the button.
All right.
There it is.
So up next is, of course, John Goss from the Astronomical League. John has devoted much of his adult life towards the Astronomical League, which is today the world's largest federation of astronomy clubs. The organization grows with more and more members all the time. John, how many members does the league have at this time, and how many clubs?
Well, we have just over 300 clubs. The number of members is someplace, I don't know the exact number, but it's someplace between 18 and 19,000.
Wow.
We've grown quite a bit. You might remember the Great Recession back in 2009 or so.
Yes.
That really hit us hard. And for some reason, we dropped down to 13,999. And I'm thinking, come on, can we get one more person
One more.
to put us over that mark? Yeah, but since then we've continually grown, getting 200, 300, 400 members a year, and so we're up to about 18,000 now. That's the long answer.
Wonderful. Yeah, and you have international membership available at this point with your membership at large program.
We sure do.
And you guys are heading towards the next Astronomical League convention this summer, so that should be very exciting.
As you know, the way most things are, they're kind of up in the air and exactly what's going to happen.
Oh, sure.
There is a convention planned. Well, we should know more about it over the next, real soon. I say the next month, we ought to have everything pretty much defined and how that's going to be handled.
Excellent. I'm sure whatever you guys decide, it's going to be awesome no matter what. So
thank you for your confidence.
Well, you guys have so many resources and so many ways to get your message out through your programs. We are, just so everyone's aware, on our daily show, which we run at 4:00 on a show that we call First Light Chronicles, Ket Martz is going to start going through your Universe Sampler program. And so that's going to be nice, and helping guide people through, beginners through learning more about, exploring the universe. So, which I think is fantastic.
It's interesting you brought that up, and interesting that Libby is also here tonight. We have the Universe Sampler program, but we also have something called Sky Puppies, which is meant for the younger set.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a limit there's an age limit on Sky Puppies, which I think is 10. So I don't know if this has been really announced much yet, but we've started a new program for kids that age up to 17 years old. And so we're going to have that getting started real soon if it hasn't been already. So we're trying to reach as many young people as we can in different ways.
Wonderful, wonderful. Is there a name for this program yet, or I suppose there is? No,
I should probably know this,
not
but
to put you on the spot or anything. So,
it's the youth program. That's what it's. Yeah, that's a good
there we
one.
go.
Youth
There we
program.
go. The teen
It's
youth
something
program.
like that.
Yes, that's right. Awesome. Well, I'm sure it's fantastic. So, as always, the Astronomical League comes on to our program to read off answers to the last Global Star Parties questions, to win prizes and to announce winners, and to read off the new questions. Now, when you put in your answer, you're going to send your answers off to it is Explore Alliance at explorescientific.com. So you're not going to answer it in chat if you're watching this program for the first time. We have some, we have great prizes. So you should certainly take a stab at answering these questions. And I don't have a drum roll, John, but you want to get started? Oh, by the way, how about the, let's not forget about the solar warning.
The what?
This-
Okay, one moment, please.
One moment, please. There we go.
Is that the solar warning or what?
That's the solar warning.
That's the solar
And I
warning.
think about this because I was looking at the sun today. So, yes.
Well, yeah, we like just showing this just to keep it in people's minds. And looking at the sun is pretty fascinating, but you got to make sure you do it the right way. You got the right filters, that you know what you're doing. And especially if new people join in, you have to make sure that they know what they're doing too. But if you do have the correct filters in place, it's completely safe. And you can certainly see a lot of stuff on the sun with the telescopes we have today. So, first question here. This is from last week. At the last Star Party, Chuck Allen, our vice president, posed 3 questions. Number 1 is, averaged over time, what planet spends more time as the closest planet to Earth than any other? And it turns out that it's Mercury. It's not Venus. It's not Mars. In fact, Mercury spends more time as the closest planet to all of the other planets than any other. The winner was R. Begdonis. So, interesting question there. Question 2 from last week that Chuck posed. Who postulated an inflationary origin to the universe in which it expanded by a factor of 10 to the 78th times in less than I don't even know what that is, undecillionth.
Undecillionth.
And that sounds like something Dave Eicher might know, since he mentioned
That's like something I would make
Alan
up.
Guth earlier in the show tonight. Answers Alan Guth, yes. And the winner was Andrew Corkill from last week.
All right.
There's something all the time. Undecillionth.
Undecillionth.
That must be pretty big. Okay. Third question is, what constellation covers more north to south degrees of any in the sky than any other constellation? Eridanus. As most of you know, Eridanus is a long, skinny constellation that starts around Orion and drops all the way down close to the southern celestial pole. Again, that was our Begdonis. Thank you. Okay, now for this week's questions. Hopefully I can do this right.
Okay.
All right. Question number 1. Standing on the surface of what rocky body in the solar system would a person weigh the most? In other words, of all the rocky bodies in our solar system, which one has the highest surface gravity?
Okay.
And of course, you can see where to send it right there. Explore Alliance at explorescientific.com. Question number 2. Now, before we really get into this, I want to say that this is something this is my fault. I thought of it last week after hearing a news story. And some people would say that this is a trick question, but I really don't think it is. You just have to think you have to think outside the box. So Neptune is always the 7th most distant major planet from Earth. What is the 8th most distant major planet? We're talking major planets. We're not talking dwarf planets, minor planets, whatever. These are major planets. What's the 8th most distant? Okay.
You just need to think of what that box is. Okay.
Yeah. Think of what that box is.
Mhm.
I'm afraid if I say any more, I'll give it away. But
Yeah, don't do that. Okay.
I really want to say more. But okay, get off this one.
Okay.
Question number 3 about the Astronomical League. The Astronomical League offers up to 10 youth awards each year. Thank you, Explore Scientific, for your sponsorship of the National Young Astronomer Award, and thank you, Horkheimer Charitable Fund, for your sponsorship of the Youth Service Award, Imaging and Journalism Awards. Okay, on most years, what is the deadline for award nominations? Now, I put this in there just to make it clear that we do have these awards and we do like people entering. And you can bet that I wouldn't choose an answer that has already happened already. So think about these awards. Here's another hint for you. Okay, that's
Excellent.
That's about what
Excellent.
I got.
Yeah, and so I mean, to that end, if any of you out there can think of worthy candidates, young people that have done amazing work in astronomy and should be considered for one of the youth awards from the Astronomical League, most definitely nominate them and get them through that application process.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that and just saying that, believe it or not, our sponsors, we have Explore Scientific, we have American Astronomical Society, we have the Horkheimer Fund, we have Astronomics, and we have somebody else, which I'll get in trouble because I can't remember who it is. But our sponsors really do want you to enter these award processes, and they really do want to give away the prizes, the awards, whatever. So please enter if you can.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scott.
That's great. Okay, well, that's great. We're going to go to a 10-minute break, but before we do, we're going to transition one more time to one of our astronomers. Jerry Hubble and Richard Grace right now have been alternating back and forth. So we're going to go back to Jerry and the Mark Slade Remote Observatory.
Thanks, Scott. I'm getting it going here. Can you see this?
It's coming up.
So what I'm showing right here, the seeing's not very good tonight, as you can tell by this image. This is Copernicus, okay? And what I wanted to do is demonstrate, we do get good seeing here in Virginia every once in a while, and I wanted to show what it looks like tonight in terms of these raw images coming across. So I gather lots of these images, 2,000 to 3,000 at a time, and then I do stacking. But then when you have good seeing and a good night, I wanted to demonstrate what that looks like with one of my images here. And hopefully I can bring it up here quickly. Let me bring that image up first, and then I can share it directly. I think that's what I needed to do first. Here it is. All right, so what I want to do is zoom up on this a little bit. So this is what Copernicus looks like. This was the same exact configuration. Actually, let me zoom up.
Slightly sharper image than the one we were seeing
Yeah,
live.
slightly sharper. Actually, I'm trying to get it to. Can I scroll over? I don't know why this thing's not letting me. I got this little. So if you can look here in the upper right, that's what it looks like. And then there's a little crater. I'm trying to zoom up on it a little quicker or look a little closer so you can see this. I can't scroll over. It won't let me scroll for some reason. I don't know what that is. But anyway, this is what you get when you get really good seeing. And compare that to what I was showing before. And you can see that even with the configuration I have now, it's really very good. And of course, you can hear my dogs barking, of course. And when I talk, they always have to bark.
I thought that was just a sound effect.
So.
Wonderful. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Jerry. We will take a 10-minute break. So now's the time to go get a sandwich or, a beverage and come back and, stretch your legs a little bit, and we'll see you in 10. Hey, Caesar.
Hi, Scott.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yes. Thank you.
Good to see you. That's great.
We return to the balcony again.
Balcony astronomy in Buenos Aires.
Astronomy, yes.
Awesome.
I have a college from Austria from last week. Now that he worked very well from the balcony with very huge equipment. Wow.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
I have a couple of stories to tell with regards to supernovae.
Great.
I don't know at what point, but one of them is having dinner with Alex Filipenko, who is one of the Keck/Berkeley supernova cosmology people. Had dinner with him, as well as the guy I really wanted to talk to, who is a guy named Steve Vogt, V-O-G-T, who designed the spectrograph. And I have a link to that.
The Keck instrument?
Excuse me?
The spectrograph for the Keck instrument?
Yes.
Oh,
That was Steve Vogt. And also, people may or may not know about amateur astronomer Tim Puckett. I have a wonderful story about him. I visited his cabin in Ellijay, Georgia, at which he had built a 24-inch telescope from ground zero, and it was a work of art. And for 20 years, he ran a team of people who discovered supernovae and turned those into the supernovae cosmology projects and other projects. It was they took images. He would hand out grids of images to take every night to like 10 people around the world, in Australia and here in the US and South America. And they would take pictures and then they would blink them to find supernovae, because even today it's difficult to discover those automatically. And Tim is an amazing person, and he finally retired just a few years ago, and is now floating around in his boat in the Caribbean. But after 20 years, and he did it every single night, he put together these grids and sent them out to people. It was an amazing effort, all to discover supernovae. His team discovered over 350 supernovae.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Yeah,
I know a couple of the guys that were on that team, and
Ajay Segal's one of them.
Jack Newton was involved in that. I don't know how many supernovae he's got under his belt, but quite a few.
A lot.
So
I did a little bit. I did a little bit on that team. I didn't discover anything, but I got to learn the process, and it was very cool. I didn't realize Tim had retired already.
So Tim Puckett Alex Filipenko, Saul Perlmutter, and again, I'm a technologist, right? So the guy I wanted to talk to was the one who designed the equipment, not the people who did the observing. So, and Steve Vogt, who it was a fascinating dinner with him to discuss the evolution of that spectrograph, the high-res spectrograph that's at Keck. It's amazing. Back in those days, they discovered their exoplanet work was done by spectral shift, not occultation. So it was high, really very careful stuff. Anyway, okay. And the cosmic background, microwave background, the story of Bob Dickey at Princeton when they talked to the guys at Bell Labs and he got off the phone and his guys were trying to find something like this. And he got off the phone and said, "Boys, we've been scooped." Anyway, if you're interested, you can call on me. Otherwise, I'll just sit here and kibitz.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts. We are back after our break. I was trying to share the after party link, but if you do go into our post, you'll see that a couple of links down at the bottom of that page, and they belong. The first one is, I believe this is join the after party, and it would have the Zoom link, and you'll be put into a Zoom waiting room with where you'll meet up with Kent Martz. Kent will check your audio and video and everything, and then give you the link for the for this live broadcast. But coming up here is our next speaker, and we're going to bring on Cesar Brolo, who's set up on his patio, his balcony in Buenos Aires here. Cesar, are you with us?
Hi, Scott. How are you?
Good, good.
Well, I tried
again.
Now I have some pictures of Orion Nebula between the buildings. Actually, I can share I can share the process because I have only Orion only appears maybe a couple of minutes between two buildings, but let me check if I have something to show you.
I just stepped outside a little while ago. You know, Arkansas has had terribly cold weather. We were
this is the single exposition between the building.
Oh wow!
It's really, yes. It is sometimes, you know, that we talk about the impossible astrophotography. Well, this is something that I made here, but I took maybe 10 pictures like this of only 10 and 15 seconds, and maybe I can make something because I have stacked here. And I don't know if this screen is shared to the Deep Sky Stacker. You can see.
We just see the image of a building with your.
Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. This is a typical thing that I need to share, to change the sharing. Okay, it's me again.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check if I can show you. Yes, this. I don't know if I can make something with this. Here you have it over the stacking of the nebula. Here you have a layers that are the positions of the building.
Mm-hmm.
I can move the histogram, the levels. Sorry, here. Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's something.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yes, I don't have darks yet or flats. It's only experiment.
Well, this is the raw image, yeah.
Yes, yes, it's a raw image.
And how many have you stacked here? How many?
I think that no more than 10. I have 100 seconds, no more.
I see.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
This is the original Deep Sky Stacker that is really easy to use, and normally the people start to use with programs like this. Very easy, it's free, you can get this from internet, and it's not an illegal copy. It's totally legal because it's free. You know, well, it's an historic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can make something like this. Maybe it could be a disaster or no. Okay, I need to move the blue
Oh, you got
one.
more nebulosity.
Yes, yes. You
Mhm.
know, the green
It's
one.
fun to image from your balcony, you know,
Yes, it's
and very
absolutely
convenient.
yeah. Yeah, do you have the quantity of exposures do you have here in the layers and layers of the side of the building?
I see.
Oh, I don't have flats of this. Well, it's something terrible, but you know. Well,
There you are.
it's okay. I'll find a cluster or something in the south side.
Okay.
Because maybe and maybe I can make something with the moon, but now I have only a camera over a equatorial mount. Very easy, very simple like this. But now I don't have like now for show you what are you using now. But it's very easy. It's a mount for astrophotography with a tripod, normal tripod. I don't know if it's possible to show you this. Maybe.
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, something. Normally, I have in my balcony the Exos 100, but I sold it.
You sold it.
Yes, yes, but
Yeah.
but you know, I have more in Miami, and they are coming to Buenos Aires.
Very good.
Yeah, we are we are rich because we have 100 Exos 100 that anybody have.
That's probably true.
Yeah. Yes, the last 6 people.
Yes. Right.
One for me again. Yes, you know what in the San Miguel Astronomy Club or the people that I told you the last week of
Yes.
the Story Observatory, and they're impossible because all people tell you all time. Can you come on, solve, give it to me. You don't need this.
You don't need it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. The people don't understand that the telescope dealer sometimes we have the same hobby.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. Well, I know that it's a little horrible. This
It's not horrible. It's not horrible.
No. Well, it's something that only a camera, reflex camera.
Yeah.
It's not a telescope. It's only a mount
You're
with
out,
a motor.
you're
Yeah, it's the same.
Data. We're seeing the Orion Nebula 1,300 light years away. You know, and
Yes. And you have like an eclipse or an occultation.
Yes.
Of a side of a building at only 30 meters or yeah, because this is in of course that this is a vertical line.
Sure.
Okay, the position is not this. Of course, this is in this. I can rotate.
Yeah, I
Like,
can see.
I
We
show
can see
you
the
how
steps. It's repeating as
yeah.
as you're
Yeah,
tracking
sure.
the object. Right.
Yes. This is interesting to show to the people that normally don't know how we make this, and well, it's interesting. This is that actually I don't have the nebula because it's how do you say? Well, it's back of the building now. But this is the pictures that I can took from Orion Nebula in tonight. I tried I try something in the Southern Cross, because tonight is very it's not easy to point to different objects, because the most interesting objects are in back, out of the view, beside the wilderness.
Right.
Maybe next week we are going to make the Zoom from the old observatory, because we are trying to install internet in the observatory and electricity in the first telescope that I show you, because actually is only we need to we have electricity, but it's not a installation make how an installation that is okay. It's only an emergency installation of electricity in the observatory. We're making next week maybe the first one to have electricity in the first wheel with the telescope. And, well, we are making in this.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Caesar.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah. Okay. So we will transition to Molly Wakeling next. Do we have, Molly, do you have live images going on at this time?
I do indeed. Give me just a second to flip over here. It's grabbing the wrong one.
Yeah, we got plenty of time to...
I send you the image, Molly, to stack again and make something, some miracle.
Yeah, you can get stuff out of a lot of interesting things. Sorry, I'm hang on, let me grab the correct window here. Why is it grabbing that one? Okay, I'll just come back. There we go. Okay, there we go. Let's see, I'll just bump that up a little bit. Yeah, so on my 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain, which is in the picture there below my face, so this is my 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain reflector telescope with a 0.63 focal reducer. So it's taking it from being a 2,000 millimeter focal length telescope to a 1,280 millimeter focal length telescope, which gives a wider field of view, which is really helpful for doing deep sky targets. And it also speeds up, if you will, the focal ratio of the telescope, so that I can those photons more concentrated onto my chip. And that also lets me get the moon, the entire moon, into one field of view, as opposed to it kind of filling up the field of view. So we have a nice shot of the, actually, I think I need to flip this this way. There we go, because the moon is waxing right now, right? So here's it's not rotated quite right here, but yeah, so we have our waxing gibbous moon, and with the easily recognizable Tycho crater here with all of its rays, as they're called. Basically, when the rock that causes craters slammed into the moon, all the material that was ejected from it settled down in kind of these lines here, and we call those rays, and it makes it really distinctive and easy to see, especially when the moon is full. Those are nicely well lit. And you can see some craters here along the edges. I like to zoom in, if I'm using a Barlow lens on here instead of the wide field of view. Zoom in on these craters that are on the edge. And if you're observing the moon visually, this is where it's most fun to observe things on the moon, is because when you have this high contrast, these deep shadows, you can see much more detail on the craters on the moon, and you get this really kind of 3D feel to it. And it's like the coolest part of the moon to look at. It's right along the terminator, that difference between where it's daytime on the moon and nighttime on the moon, basically.
Awesome.
And I'm working on my other telescope, my refractor that's set up back there. I just recently got the Optolong L Extreme filter for it, which is a duo narrowband filter.
Right.
And I'm currently live stacking an image of the Horsehead and Flame Nebula, but it needs more frames before you can actually see it. So we can come back in a little bit and check that out as well.
I'm curious, Molly.
Yeah.
A lot of people are starting to go towards filters like the L Extreme. What are your exposures like? How long before you're starting to get detail?
So I just got it. So I'm still kind of experimenting with exposure times. I keep wanting to do longer exposures, but then I remember that I have a CMOS camera and I should try and stick to shorter ones. Actually, I guess we'll find out, as I'm trying to do 1 minute long exposures right now on the Horsehead and Flame, and I'll find out whether I can actually see anything with it or not. My light pollution level here in the San Francisco Bay Area is pretty high, plus the moon is pretty bright and not too far away. So the image is probably going to appear a little washed out, but we'll see what we can get.
Great. Okay. All right. So up next, you heard Bob Denny talking in the background a little bit. I'd like to have, Bob always says he's not an astronomer, that he's a technologist, but he's very involved. He's very involved with the workings of observatories and allowing astronomers to, do some of the really cutting edge type of work with remote observatories. And I would say that Bob Denny certainly is one of the iconic individuals that will probably be referred to for a very, very, very long time, about one of the people that enabled so many amateur astronomers, and I guess professional astronomers too, to solve their remote connectivity challenges, and to allow astronomers to observe from around the world, across state lines, or from your living room to your backyard, So, Bob, I'll turn this over to you.
Well, I first have to apologize. I thought when I was talking about my dinner with people and all that it was the 10-minute break, and I was talking to you privately behind the scenes, and then I looked over at the comments and say, "Hey, I love your stories." Yeah. Oh my God, these things went out.
The mics were always hot.
Sorry about that.
No, that's
it looked to me like it was a 10-minute break, and so
you can embellish
my apologies
on these experiences. So I'm sure.
But I will say, Tim Puckett deserves some note. And let me just put up for a moment the Wikipedia. Let me do this, and I'll somehow have to figure out how to there. Okay, is that showing?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that it. So when you go to Wikipedia and you look up Puckett Observatory, you'll learn about the World Supernova Search. This is the birth, or the anniversary of the discovery of supernova 1987A. So, people have been looking at these things for all sorts of reasons. And I talked about Alex Filipenko and the Supernova Cosmology Project at Berkeley and all of that. But Tim and his team discovered over 300 supernovae over the years, and it was all volunteer and all amateur, which is what makes it quite different. And his, it's an amazing accomplishment. So I just wanted to point people to that. This is kind of a cool picture of him. Let me see if I can make this big enough. Well, that didn't help too much. Hold on. Anyway, am I showing? Yeah, this is showing that the telescope in the background he built himself. And I went to visit him in Ellijay, Georgia in 2000. and he had this in his backyard under a shed. He rolled that thing off, and I was just
Amazing.
blown away.
Yeah.
We're sitting out in rural Georgia, rural northern Georgia, and it was just quite an experience. Anyway, bravo to Tim for all the stuff he's done. I just have to say it's one of my really amazing life experiences. What's behind me, by the way, whoops, let's see, that way, is an image of 1980s, or the supernova we're celebrating the birthday of tonight. Scott mentioned remote observing. That was kind of my thing early on. And I don't want to try to turn this into any kind of a, pitch for what I do, but probably the thing that I spent more time with that has a broad appeal to astronomy is interfacing different instruments in sort of universal interfaces. So you can plug one brand of focuser and another brand of mount and everything into software and have them work without special code. But I've spent a lot of years managing and helping people achieve astronomy remotely. And one of the things you have to be able to do to really get it going remotely is to have an automation system of some kind. There are a number of programs out there that can accept your inputs of requests, SGP being one, MyACP, there's a bunch of them. And having that out at your remote observatory so that you can set everything up in the evening and let it go, and then not have to be there pushing buttons over and over and over again to do the job, is one of the keys to remote observing. So I'm not sure what else, Scott, you would like me to talk about, but
we did talk a little bit earlier today on a telephone conversation. You were telling me that the people that are successful with remote observing, a lot of people want to do it, and it is something that I remember people trying it as early as like the mid 1980s, trying to figure out some way of remote controlling a telescope, and by the time we roll into the 90s, I remember going to Santa Barbara Instrument Group's headquarters in Santa Barbara, California, and Richard, the founder of the organization, was showing me a prototype of a new camera that would be called the ST6. And I showed him a prototype of something that would be called the LX200. And that was Meade Instruments' first computerized go-to telescope. And so we put it all together in his observatory. He had a pier that was already set up for a Meade. He pulled his old Meade off. We put this one on, and I then connected it to my laptop. I had, I think, an early version of the Sky on there, and I was able to sync it up and slew over to objects, and we were able to image deep sky objects, just one right after another, And so I was, at that point, I made a phone call to the founder of Meade Instruments, and I said, Mr. Diebel, I've seen the future, and it was shortly thereafter that I met Bob Denny, and then he showed me what it could really be like by running his program out at the Riverside Telescope Makers Conference, and that was
something.
It was something.
That was quite an event.
At work, I was like, oh my God, So there have just been these moments, There have been these moments where, I was privileged to see amateur astronomy take this what I would say, this great leap. And certainly Bob helped many of us take that next great leap. And it's still working today. So.
You mentioned Software Bisque. They really were a pioneer in this too. They had a thing called interactive astronomy software, and they installed a system up at Mount Wilson, and it was really a pioneering thing. It was a single system, and what I tried to do was build pieces that other people could contribute software and connect and plug into each other, and then be able to implement automation. The guys at Main Sequence Software right now are just cranking with Sequence Generator Pro, and they're really, they could not, if you talk to them, they could not have done that software without the common universal interfaces between the programs and the devices. So every mount looks the same to them. Otherwise, if they had to program software for every mount out there and all the things that, remember the old LX200 protocol, right? And then the Celestron and the Losmandy and all that, you couldn't do that. My experience over the last, it's been 20 years of astronomy, remote astronomy, has taught me a couple of things. One, domes are the #1 source of pain in astronomy, pretty much, or roofs, roll-off roofs and domes. They are an extreme source of pain. A roll-off roof that requires your scope to be parked before it can be closed is an extreme source of pain for remote astronomy. If you have one of these in your backyard, don't try to automate it. Just put a horn, a klaxon horn, like dive, dive, right? You've heard that thing on TV. So it wakes you up and you can run out and close your roof. You don't want to automate that because it is too much claptrap. The chances of rain getting on your equipment is too bad. So really, especially remotely, you shouldn't do that. So all the really successful remote astronomy farms have large roll-off roofs that can open and close without regard to the positions of the scopes within the pods or the buildings. That's essential. Or if you have your own dome, that's great, or your own clamshell, that's fantastic. That's important, though. And the other thing I'd say is the idea of putting your equipment on a snowy peak at 10,000 feet, 1,000 miles away, forget it. You have to have somebody there to take care of the equipment. And that means a telescope farm of some kind. And they are all over now. They've really proliferated in the last 5 years. And really, Mike and Lynn Rice at New Mexico Skies were the pioneers of this concept. But they've multiplied now, and they're all over the country, and in fact, all over the world. That's the way to go if you want a truly remote observatory where you can take advantage of a site that has better seeing or darker skies, whatever it is that you need. Put your telescope at a professional telescope farm with people who can help with cable snags, bad USB plugs. There's just no end to the things that can go wrong with consumer level astronomy equipment. And there are a few really great observatories that are pretty much hands off. They go down once, twice, 3 times a year to do service, but they're also multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars in high grade industrial everything. So most of us can't afford that. It's beyond all of our capabilities. So just go, with the usual things and let someone, you have to have somebody nearby who can go out and work on it so that if things don't go right, they can make it work again.
Right. Or do it just in your backyard so you can be your own night assistant.
Well, that's a run out and close it yourself or, whatever. That's the key. Molly, I have a question for you. Is your observatory right next to you or is it somewhere away from you? I got the idea that you're somewhere in the Bay Area and I don't exactly know where, but where is that?
Yes, so I'm just north of Berkeley and I have this itty bitty backyard and it's right outside my back door and it's not even really an observatory because I just throw Telegizmos 365 covers over top of them. I don't have a structure yet. Primarily
that's good.
I'm a renter, so it's a little bit harder to do such things. But yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The weather is mild enough here that just using a cover on them and giving them a good dust off once in a while works pretty well.
I had a customer in Cincinnati, Ohio, for years that their whole thing was throwing a space blanket and a what's the elastic hook thing? I'm trying to think of the name of it anyway. Huh?
Bungee?
Yeah, a bungee cord around it.
All right.
A tripod. And that's what he did. And the snow would go up and down and everything else. But he'd whip that thing off, start it up, and it would run automated all night. He was a fabulous guy, and he wrote some articles for guiding and things. He finally got kind of over the hill a little bit, but he was a good guy. And so having a simple telescope in your backyard that you don't even need a pier if nobody comes along and kicks it. A pier is better.
I'm all my stuff's on tripods. I just, every couple of months refresh the alignment models and double check the polar alignment, especially because we get earthquakes around here. So
yeah, I lived in SoCal for most of my life. So
yeah, and I just I every evening I put my two laptops outside and I control them remotely from inside just so that I can sit inside, which is nice. And I can check on them from my phone while I'm watching TV in the evening. And yeah, they run all night. And then in the morning, they park themselves and I go cover them up and take the laptops inside. I'm eventually going to build some kind of enclosure so I can leave the laptops outside too, but haven't done that yet.
That's really inspiring. Thank you. I'm sure the people who are watching tonight have gotten a lot of inspiration from that. You don't have to go big to get a lot. And the automation is the key.
Yeah.
Having something that you can dial in and then have that thing go to work and get the data. You pay a lot of money for an observatory, and to have it sit there doing nothing while you're fiddling with knobs and pushing buttons and that sort of thing, it's crazy. You can get so much more data if you automate and just turn it loose.
Yeah, and it took me a while to work out all the bugs and get all the COM ports mapped correctly and get everything working, but it runs pretty smoothly most nights now. And I use Sequence Generator Pro. It's cheaper.
Well, it's an excellent program. Those guys are great. I talk to them regularly. So
yeah, the one downside is I have to modify the start time and the end time and which targets I run when the moon is here and there and stuff. I have to do that all by hand every day.
That's great.
The downside, but it's keeps me on my toes, I guess.
Yeah, it's super. Well, I hope people have gotten some inspiration from you and what you're doing to automate your observing. That's really the key.
Wonderful.
So worth it. I can just sleep all night. It's great.
Yep.
I think it comes down to the key to all of it is consistency. If you can have repeatability in your system and your results, that goes a long way to getting the best out of your equipment.
Well, Jason, you're amazing. And I will say, listening to Molly about getting the USB ports and all that stuff together, imagine if you weren't able to do plug and play at the software level, right? So the ASCOM compatibility, the universal software compatibility is the key to that. And if you ask the guys at Main Sequence, the SGP authors, they'll tell you they couldn't have done it without that. And that's really true.
Yeah, ASCOM is awesome. And since most of the manufacturers have gotten on board with it and a lot of the software developers, it's definitely made things much easier than I think they would have been otherwise. And everything just kind of works together once you get all the connections sorted out.
And we have a second generation that goes across platforms too, Mac and Linux, that's been out there for a few years. It took ASCOM itself about 5 years to take hold. So, the alpaca is in its early infancy right now, but it's taking hold also. A lot of people have already investments made in Wi-Fi connectivity between iPads and telescopes, and they're talking not any sort of universal, but they're talking, well, we'll make it look like an LX200 or a Celestron, whatever. And that'll only take you so far. So.
Right.
Anyway, thank you for the opportunity, Scott. And
thank you, Bob.
if there's
Thanks
anything anybody has any questions for me, I will stick around until the after party, so to speak.
Okay. All right. Well, we're getting close
Thank
to the
you.
after party now, but our next transition will be to Richard Grace. He popped in and out earlier in the program, showing some live images and some images they'd done before. But we are... Richard, are you you're all set to go? Great.
It was really windy after the star party last week. Be kind.
Be kind. Okay, well, let's see what a windy image looks like.
This is what a windy image looks like.
Oh, still
Boy.
not bad. Little egg shape there.
Yeah, they're not very round stars, not at all. But I'm glad first whirlpool of this year, and there'll definitely be some more. It's coming up. I don't know, midnight. I mean, I guess it depends on what type of position you have, what your horizons look like. But one of my favorite targets, and look forward to putting a lot more time into it this year. This was shot with the Comet Hunter, the 2600, the new secondary mirror, etc. Same as everything else since last week. And we've got a new target that is just popping above the roof. So I'm going to send it back to you guys and start working on that.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. All right. So we are, I think we're going to transition back to Jason Gonzell, the Vast Reaches. He wanted to talk a little bit about something that was inspiring all of us this last few days, and that's the Perseverance rover. And Mars is on everybody's mind right now. That's interested in space exploration. I mean, how could you not be at this time? It's just been amazing. Jason, what was your impression of the video of the landing of Perseverance?
Yeah, I mean, you can see how some people think that's CGI, right? I mean, it's like it's picture perfect. I mean, it's amazing. The clarity of those shots. I don't feel like we've ever seen anything from NASA, like live footage like that come back from.
That was of course they were saying that was a first, but the thing that really hit me, Jason, was when the chute popped open, that it was against a blue sky, and that was unexpected for me. I thought that I would see a light yellow or dirty brown kind of sky, so.
I guess what hit me the most is it feels like we're doing planetary exploration in high def now, like for the first time.
Right.
I haven't seen that.
That's true.
Yeah, it was cool to see. So it inspired me to go back and look at some of the Mars images I had collected back in the opposition phase in October, and I have one of those to share here. They're coming through.
Oh, wow. Look at that detail.
This is
oh my God.
This is my best shot at Mars, I would say.
That's one of the best shots I've seen of Mars, period. This is, I mean, from an amateur astronomer, this is, it wasn't too many years ago. I mean, you guys can tell me different, but it wasn't too many years ago that people would have said this could have only been done by a spacecraft. I mean, this is incredible.
Yeah, it's the modern technology is something else. I mean, you take a look at the live video feed that comes, in compared to the final result you can get is pretty incredible transformation. I don't have the live to play. I should have probably.
Let me see if I can find something here.
So looking at this image, obviously you can see a lot of the surface features and everything. So I had gone in and pointed to the Perseverance landing location here. So this is where Jezero crater sits on the Martian surface, and that location was picked by NASA due to the I think it's mostly due to the evidence of liquid water in the area and the possibility of microbial life. So
yeah,
I landed there, and I was gonna, at least I pulled it up. We can watch that.
Yeah,
video. I don't know if it's gonna come through all right.
I know, and they're capturing sound and so we could hear wind rustling through.
Yeah, I don't know if you're even going to get sound from my computer, but we can play this. Should I try to play it?
Yeah, try to play it. seems to be coming across okay.
I'm not getting sound here.
No sound. Now,
I don't know if there's sound.
there's a message. A lot of people may not realize this, but there's a message encoded in the pattern inside the parachute itself. And so that was recently decoded.
So that's the heat shield separation.
Heat shield, yeah.
It drops, so the rover's on parachute right now. So when they release that heat shield, it takes a dive, and accelerates away.
Yeah, I was sorry that the heat shield just goes just out of frame, and I wanted to see like the dust kick up as it hit the ground.
The message that was encoded in the parachute is let's see, what was it? It was dare mighty things, and then the GPS coordinates of NASA JPL. And the ones and zeros for the binary for that message are the red and white pattern on the parachute.
Yeah. But look at that. Just so much detail there. And I guess if you're a geologist, there's just, this is so much more meaningful, but to me, it's just incredibly beautiful.
Is the audio coming through at all?
Just a little bit. It's like a murmur. Yeah.
Oh, I can turn it up.
Most of us have seen it. Oh, that's better.
Better?
Yeah. What's important is that the video is really smooth.
Is there an echo?
No, I don't hear one.
Okay. Then you start to see the dust kick up here.
This part's cool.
I'm so happy that they finally put some cameras on that, because I've been wanting, I think a lot of us have been wanting to see what the sky crane drop looks like.
Right.
In
Yeah,
reality.
look at this.
And I was
Just
so excited to
crazy.
hear they put cameras on it.
Look, it's picking up all kinds of rocks and stones, and then it flies off.
It's probably really hard for all of the folks the NASA folks in the control room to not hug each other like they always do,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Just amazing. So what did the parachute, what was the code on the parachute?
Dare mighty things.
Ah, okay.
And then it had the coordinates for NASA JPL.
Yeah, they keep putting their message all over the place. Before the wheels on was it Spirit and Opportunity had Morse code actually on the wheels as it would truck along. So
oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. But they found that, the soil and the rocks and stuff are pretty sharp on on the planet, and it really has worn on the wheels quite a bit.
And the descent vehicle, or the rover itself, I'm not sure. It used I think LiDAR to do this terrain relative navigation, where it mapped out the terrain and then essentially did a terrain plate solve and figured out where it was at, and looked for, it was like autonomously looking for don't set down on all the sharp jagged rocks, and don't set down in the soft.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And it autonomously located a landing zone. Like they had kind of an ellipse area planned for it, but it landed itself in a safe place autonomously, and it was just so cool.
Right.
You know, like 500,000 lines of code or something like that.
Yeah, this ellipse from the first landings to now, I mean, it's just gotten smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
You know, one of these days they're going to be able to throw down a postage stamp and make it land on that, you know, so.
Yeah.
So this part right here is where the back shell and the parachute separated. And that's when it course corrects itself to the landing zone. So you can see now it's
look how
steering.
stabilized it is. It really is.
Yeah.
Like before on parachute, it was rocking back and forth, but once it went under rocket power, it was like a guided missile pretty much.
It's just incredible.
Yeah, and then in the next couple of months, I think we will see them activate the helicopter that rode along with Perseverance, and
the
first
Ingenuity, right?
the first flight on another world.
Right. I know.
The first controlled flight, I guess I should say.
I guess it only has a camera on it right now, but just to see, you know, just to see what it's going to see, you know.
Yeah, it's like a Pathfinder kind of thing to, you know, let's they built this because Mars has an atmosphere. It's just like a tenth or something of what ours is, and so you can fly in it. It's just a little harder. You got to have a lot bigger blades and stuff like that. But yeah, they've got the camera on there, so we'll be able to see that video too, like basically drone video flying around the surface of Mars.
Right.
It's going to be so amazing because the rover can only go so many places, and I think they're just only going to fly at a couple hundred meters. But yeah, the rover moves slow. The helicopter will move much faster. It'll be really cool.
Yeah. So then there's the audio. I don't know if I should play that over here.
It's pretty subtle.
Yeah, it's difficult to hear even when it's on your own machine.
Yes. Now, we talked a little bit about the Ingenuity helicopter. I'm going to post the link to the Mars Ingenuity helicopter 3D model, and you can download, maybe it's use a 3D printer to print one out. But there is a link right there. And so if you got a 3D printer at home, you can build one of your own Ingenuity drones. It'd be cool to see one, you know, made that flies here on Earth too, but.
Yeah, I saw that it's already taken some panoramas and stuff like that. And the pictures are incredible.
We are living in the golden age, you know, of space exploration and astronomy. I say it almost every show, but it's like almost every week something happens that just still tops that whatever was last week, you know. So it's kind of like, you know, I pinch myself thinking I'm so lucky to be alive.
Yeah, NASA further delayed their decision on who they're going to interview for the first round for this next class of astronauts. So I'm still waiting on my phone call.
Oh yeah, Molly, you're up next.
I hope so.
That would be so cool. That would be so cool. Okay, if you get chosen, Molly, you have to actually call me from the International Space Station, and we get to do a live interview. Okay.
It'll have to be on the way to Mars, but yeah.
Okay, all right, whatever. Whatever it is, okay? Once you're up in space. All right. Oh, that's cool.
That's an amazing shot there.
Yes. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, that was really cool to see
the
their
high-rise
satellite imagery come back down too with pictures of it landing, just because they actually changed the orbits of HiRISE and MAVEN to capture the landing, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, that's super cool.
So that's the rover with the parachute on it during descent.
And it's important to remember too that, when you see the folks in the control room screaming and celebrating afterwards, it feels like a sure thing now because we've landed on Mars successfully a number of times now. But there's still always that unknown. And, it was just, it was almost as likely to crash as it was to succeed in the landing. Despite all the engineering, something can always go wrong. There's 1,000 different moving parts. And I think only half of of all the countries in the world, only something about half of the attempts to land on Mars in the soft landing have succeeded. So space is hard, and don't get complacent.
Yeah. Wow, that is just a spectacular Mars image, though, Jason.
I love that font too. What's that font called?
Martian. Martian light. Yeah.
Martian light.
So that's all I had. If you want to.
Well, that was quite a bit. So I really appreciate it.
Most of it was NASA's, but I helped pay for it. So
yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, wonderful. So let's see who else we have on our program right now. Pekka has joined us. We have Cameron Gillis with us as well. Gary Palmer's back. Gary, how are you doing? Yeah. So Gary, you were patient. You were on earlier, and now you're back.
Yeah, no, it was just the computer was getting a bit jittery. I've been doing loads of stuff in the background, so it's easier just to reboot it and log back in again.
Very good, very good. What do you have to share with us today?
I was going to look at a bit of solar stuff as it goes. We did see the sun this week. Made a change. Can't remember the last time that I actually saw it, to be dead honest. It's been that bad. So yeah, what I was going to look at, we had quite a nice prominence a couple of days back, which is what we call filler prom. Yeah, where it's half on the surface and half on the leading edge, in a sense. So what quite often happens is, depending on what equipment you use, the data gets lost. What's actually going on there is really, really hard to pick up. And if we use it more standard equipment, standard solar scopes, some of the double stacks will pick it up, but they generally can't get in there at any high resolution. It really sort of struck on me as what we're losing in a lot of the images and how much work it takes to bring some of these bits out. We're doing this all the time on Deep Sky. We're stacking multiple images. But just in the nature of the solar, it's quite hard to get on and image some of this stuff. So if I share this screen over, work out which one I'm on first. There we go. So we should be seeing that two sunspots here. If we go back about a decade, just got to find where I am. There we go. That's a shot I took about a decade ago. And that would have been on something, I think it was a SolarMax 40. Quite a small telescope. It would have been a standard sort of view of the sun. And as we've moved along at the moment, equipment has really, really progressed in solar imaging.
Oh, yeah.
And it's enabled me to get in close, very, very close like this. So if I just stop sharing for a minute, pieces of equipment like the cork, yeah, that enables us to do some quite close-up imaging now. You're seeing everybody doing close-up imaging. I have some slightly different equipment. That's my top-end piece of equipment. These are very rare. There's only a couple of these in the world. That's a 0.2 Armstrong unit.
Wow.
So probably somewhere around $25,000, $30,000 will get you one of those. And it's used to look at the outside of the sun. So we're looking right up in the atmosphere of the sun. Also, other things, we got things like these days. Yeah, this is a solar telescope. So even though it is a HD edge, yeah, it's got a proper coating on the front of it. So if we take the lid off, you might see that shine in the light. You can see
check that out.
Totally different coating on this.
Huh.
And that means you can do images when you start combining the two pieces of equipment. Like what I was sharing on the screen. So if I go back to the screen share. Well, it was there. There we go. That enables me to get in at around 7 meter, 8 meter focal length into the sun.
Yeah.
So while most people would be interested in the two sunspots, I'm not interested in that in this image. They're totally irrelevant. They are good. Yeah, there's lots of detail. You can see a lot of the light bridges and the other structures here. What I'm actually after is information about these little white dots in the image here. They're what I'm after, because there's something we haven't seen before and we don't see. So if I play the video, this is the actual captured video, you can see these little white dots appearing as the video clears, as the atmosphere moves around.
Okay.
So we're after that. I'm not really after anything else. So we're doing a standard stack. There's 2,000 frames in there, and we've stacked the image. Yeah. And I've taken 400 of those frames out and then brought them straight into Registacks. And this is the stacked image. So what we've got to do is start sharpening it and bringing out some detail. Generally on something like this, we want an initial layer somewhere around 2 or 3 because of the focal length that we're in at. And we're just going to use slider 2 and just bring it up a fraction. And there we go. That's enough. So what we're after is more information on these. This is the whole sort of key to this. So what I've done is already brought this into Photoshop. There's one of the images in there. There we go. And if we run back up, that's how it's come in. So by doing some processes in there, first thing cropping off the stack lines, yeah, and then we're starting to run down through the image, yeah, and we're going to turn it into grayscale, yeah, because a lot of the times, even though we're using mono cameras, the actual software sees it as a color image. So it's recording it as a color image, and we don't want that. Using hydrogen alpha, you really want to use mono cameras anyway. You never use color cameras for it. You're only using a quarter of the sensor. Yeah, so yeah, most of your data is going to be out the window. And you're going to find it really, really hard, certainly out on the prominences, to get a good balance in contrast between the two. And that's because the color camera is just going to show it as red, like the hydrogen alpha filter. So we switch this into grayscale and into 8-bit mode. Yeah, and then we've rotated it around. Now, the reason I've rotated it around is because naturally there will be an imbalance. So even if we've taken flats with the image, there will be an imbalance in the image. And that's how close it is to the center of the sun. So if we're right in the center of the sun, we'd actually get a very flat image. But 99% of the time when we're imaging, our objects are not near the center of the sun. So there's going to be one side darker and one side lighter. And that depends on what way we're looking at the sun. So if we're on the left-hand side of the central line on the sun, then we're going to see the right-hand side darker. And if we're on the right-hand side, we'll see the left-hand side darker. And that's quite evident in some of the other images. So this image here, while it looks perfectly flat, when we actually do some texture work to it, the whole of this area here will go dark. And that's because it's nearer the limb, it's furthest away from the center of the sun. So we need to balance that up. And there are a couple of ways of doing that in here. Yeah, we can make an extra channel. So we bring in an extra alpha channel here. And then we start making some different alignment points across the image. And then we use the gradient tool. Yeah, and we actually make another layer in that channel. And then we bring that back in. So it's actually acting as a mask on half of the image. And you'll see there. So we're actually going to switch that over. And then when we do some levels on it, we balance the image out. Doing it like this now makes the image more acceptable to the eye. Because when we've got an image that's half dark and half bright, it just looks horrible. That's the main sort of area. So once that's deselected, we can go through and then start doing some HDR toning to the image. And that starts to bring out what's going on in this area, and then we can start to track these points and see whether they're running above, below, or in the actual ribs, and what's occurring there. So eventually we end up with a finished image, something like that. We could add color to it. As soon as you add color to these, you have to decide whether they're going to be used for scientific value, or whether they're going to be for art on the wall and posted around the internet. Because as you add the color into these, you will remove detail from the image. It's pretty straightforward. So if we actually look at, this was one I posted up the other day. So this is done with a quark. Now, while it's okay, and I know it's a 3D structure, you can't actually see that because the quark won't allow you to see it. At the wavelength it's looking at, which is about somewhere around 0.5 angstrom, it's really designed for more looking at sunspots or prominences. It's not designed for bringing out three-dimensional objects. And I know that this filament here is actually linking to the back filament. And there is a nice structure there. So if we actually look at this using different equipment, we can now see that. But again, if we look at the raw image that comes in, we can only just see it. We can just see the connecting structures there. So you end up having to go through this and do quite a lot of work and inverting the surface and then balancing out the different areas in it so that we're actually starting to get where we want to go. And we're after seeing the ribbons come down right the way through the structure. But again, this is another one. If you add color to the image, then you will lose that. So that's going to be the end image. That's as good as it would get for the other day. So that was about 2 days ago, something like that. So if we've got images, let's just have a look at that one. Something like this. They're really easy to bring out some texture and structure in. So we can just crop this out here. We're not really interested in anything up the top there. So we can just take that straight out and crop it. And again, we're going to switch this now into a grayscale image and then make it an 8-bit image. And then we use something like HDR toning on it. So it comes in quite aggressive to start with. You actually need to do some work in this panel here to start to pull the image back. I never have too much detail in them because I do sharpening later on, so I always drop the detail back. And then we can start to bring it in here, a little bit of exposure. Now there is a thing, a little checkbox in here called smooth out the edges. If we use this and we're using a grayscale image, we can actually use this to pick off some of the magnetic connecting structures. It will pick out element bombs. All of this is in the image. It's just that when you actually take the image and when you stack the image, it's not in there. So if we actually bring that on, what I'm going to do is just zoom in and come back out that second. Just zoom in a bit closer and do it again. There we go. So we just make a couple of adjustments again to the image.
Wow. Look at all that detail.
Now, these would be a lot clearer normally in midsummer. I mean, this was this week. So we're doing this through layers of cloud and different other bits that are going on. So, and the sun's still very low at the moment. So just bring the gamma over a little bit to balance the image out and then bring the highlights back, and that will stop the overexposing in the center. So we start to bring some detail out there. This checkbox here is quite good, but it only works if it's in a grayscale image. But if you actually bring the checkbox on, you'll start to see all the other structures appear. So if I turn it off, and I bring it on. So if there's any element bombs or magnetic connecting points, this will draw them out in the image. Then if we bring that back, we can start balancing this up. We can use some different techniques. So we can make another channel with this, for instance. We just make a new channel. Just keep it at 1%. Once that's in there, make sure it's active. Yeah, and then we use the eyedropper. And we're just going to bring in about this area here. We're just going to put a shift point in there, shift and a click in there, and then we use the gradient tool. And we're going to run out to that area. So we can see it masked in there, and all we do then is load the selection in. Once we've done that, you need to make sure that you select your main image, and then we can go into the levels and adjust this out and just use the central box, and we can darken that side of the image up. It won't produce an exact line here. By using this masking system, it will balance the whole area.
Mm-hmm.
You can play around with this quite a lot. That just gives you an idea. Once you're finished with it, delete your channel, yeah, and then deselect. And then we could just despeckle this and sharpen it, for instance, and play around a bit with the brightness. So if we despeckle that and then just go in for a bit of sharpening, something like unsharp mask, and it would work quite well. And there we go. Gives you a rough idea. But what this is doing is it's actually turning the surface into a three-dimensional object rather than a flat surface.
Yeah.
So we go back to the beginning of the image, it's dead flat.
Yeah. Beautiful.
There you go.
Wow. So it's as simple as that, right?
It's
that is amazing. That is amazing.
It takes a lot of work, and obviously images in the summer are a lot better. The sun's a lot higher, the atmosphere is a lot thinner, so you know, you can really pull out the big guns on the telescopes and get in quite close these days. And as I say, the equipment that we got now is phenomenal. It really is.
Well, not only that, but the techniques that have been developed by amateur astronomers, you know, leading solar astrophotographers like yourself have really, you know, pushed the envelope, so to speak. And
the three-dimensional stuff I've been working on for about 5 years. What I'm more after at the moment is a lot of the plasma balls and the other bits that are around these large sunspot groups. So the element bombs we've been able to image for quite a long time, but some of the other stuff that I've been working on over the last sort of 3 years, that we can't do until we get large sunspot groups around, because if you don't get large sunspot groups, you don't get the ribs around them and in between them, and it's looking in those areas. Some of the other three-dimensional stuff that I've done of solar flares, so actually imaging the exit point of the flare through the photosphere, that's stuff that I really want to continue, and have come up with a lot of new ideas while we've been in solar minimum. So just hoping a lot of those work out, but they should. I mean, we did the groundwork for it just before we went into solar minimum, so that will be quite interesting. And we've got lots of new toys out now. You've got magnesium out now. That's given us different structural detail on the sun, shapes in the different layers there that nobody's seen before we've been imaging. So it's quite an interesting period with the equipment. Mm-hmm. And again, it's coming up with new techniques for that new equipment. So you don't get it right straight out of the box. It's something you've got to work on and take lots of images and then come up with different ways to extract that data.
Sure. And you need a mentor to help take you, you know, to help you progress faster than what you might otherwise, just kind of struggling and doing it all on your own. And Gary Palmer certainly offers that kind of one-on-one tutoring. So I've posted a link to a page that we put together for him. It has a video, you know, interview with him, but also links to his website for his astro courses and his solar system imaging. So thanks for, you know, coming back on our show, Gary.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, and we are looking at putting together another European edition of the Global Star Party, perhaps to come off this Friday, or are you thinking?
It's looking like it. It actually looks like we've got clear skies for 2 nights this week as well. So Friday.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
Be able to open the roof up and broadcast something live for a change instead of sitting there working on stuff that's captured throughout the roof.
Excellent, excellent. So, okay. We've had, as I mentioned earlier, we have Pekka Hautala from Stockholm, Sweden. Is that right? Are you in Stockholm?
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Cameron Gillis, you're out there in Seattle, as I recall. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So I think it's probably a little bit later for Pekka here. So we're going to let you go on first, Pekka.
It's 30 past 4 a.m.
Oh,
So that's not so bad.
that's not so bad.
It's a morning.
It's about to come up.
It's a morning.
He's dedicated. Look at that dedication.
I'm dedicated. Yes, indeed. Thank you for letting me in. And
I'm glad you're back. Yeah.
this is very how do you say addicting.
Yes. It's great to have you on.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, I have some questions about imaging, and that's first for Gary. Gary, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you?
Okay. About Daystar.
Yep.
Chromosomic filter. They say that you can't use it below -5 Celsius.
Yes,
So,
you can.
okay, winter time is as good as summertime.
Yeah. No, there's what you do is if I can get it without knocking everything over. Wrap the dew heat around it.
Okay.
Yeah, we get the same thing here. So last week was -10.
Okay.
Yeah. So, put a dew heat around it. And what I generally do is warm it up in the building. Yeah, so you know, stick it in the edge of a building if you can, so it just gets a little bit warmer and it heats up a bit better. But
Okay.
it will take a little bit longer. But there's nothing stopping you putting one of these at the back of the telescope as well, and that will just gradually heat all of the air around.
Right, good. Then I will order it. And then the next question is photographing, also imaging with DSLR, which is full modification, and with Optolong L Enhance and L Pro filter.
Yeah.
How long is the maximum? So that it's
There isn't really a maximum. It's about the stars. It's keeping the stars in shape, which is going to be the key thing. So using the DSLRs generally quite a longer exposure. So
yes.
3 minutes, something like that. So I would be saying somewhere around 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay, but full modded it's quite fast.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's still a one-shot color sensor. So
Yeah.
you need
Okay.
to get data onto the unit, and it is, even though it's modded, it's still imaging in those colors.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're only removing a filter off of the front of it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to affect the red.
Okay.
So once you get back to balancing it out in the software, yeah, you'll still be able to pick up the other colors.
Yeah. Good. That was my questions, and I want to share you coming weather. Let's see where I am. Ooh.
That looks nice.
What do you see? What did you see?
Those temperatures aren't that bad in Celsius.
Oh, you can see that. What? Those suns, or?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's upcoming. So I have a little bit hurry to imaging for Saturday.
Yeah, awesome.
All right.
Because there is, I can show you those. I am teaching, learning PixInsight. And Molly has offered to get me over the hump, so for imaging processing with PixInsight, and that's not small thing. So I can just show you quick 3 different pictures. This is with the Deep Sky Stacker and GIMP.
Hey, Pekka, you're not sharing your screen at the moment.
Okay, sorry. Let's see where I do have this.
There you go.
Okay, this is the first one. This is with the DSS and GIMP.
Okay, now these are thumbnail images that we're seeing, Pekka.
Oh my god. Let's see. Oh. I have tried to learn this. Now. Anything. Nothing.
Yeah, I think you have to stop sharing and go back and find your image and reshare.
Okay, but
He's sharing the whole screen, it looks like, though. It
Yeah.
should be on top. Weird.
okay. I tried this though so many times already.
It takes practice. That's why you.
I need more. I need more time with you.
That's fine.
Okay, now I have my.
Can you minimize the folder?
I minimize everything. I have 4 screens, so.
4 screens, yeah.
4 screens.
There you go. Now we see.
We're seeing
Awesome.
the moon. We're
Nice.
seeing your desktop.
Ah, okay. Okay, that's my last week's moon.
And then
Old moon.
I can see the icon down at the bottom of your photo viewer. Are you using 2 screens?
4.
Then you might just need to drag the image over to another. I think we're looking at a different screen than what you think we're looking at.
Okay, let's see.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah,
There we go.
that's it. That's the one.
Ah. Oh my god.
Where'd it go?
Where did it go?
You had it. It's,
You're almost there.
There. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I have to open that again. Oh my god. This is this is not easy.
You're doing great at what, 4:30 in the morning?
Yeah, true.
Yeah. 10 past 5. No, 10 to 5. I mean.
5, huh?
Barry does that all the time.
If I was up that early, I would be flipping around screens as well.
Let's see. If I double click that and then oh my god,
You know what, Pekka? Maybe just share the screen like you had it before, and then that shows the thumbnails, and then just drag the
drag
the
big
drag
image.
the output into the thumbnail view,
Yeah, if you share one of your screens and
whichever one it shows up.
and click and move the image to each screen, one of them will be the one that we can see.
There you go. 25% chance. Yeah.
that's the screen 4 now. And now I will drop that. Let's see if I do like this. No, okay, I do like this. I open the folder here on this screen.
By the way, cool shirt you got on.
Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Your NASA shirt.
T-shirt.
Ah, T-shirt. Oh, okay, thank you. Nothing. Oh my god. Okay, let me. I will do like this. I shut down every screen.
Well, you're not sharing your screen at the moment again.
Okay, I shut down this one and then show screen, and then I take screen. I take this screen. No. Screen
Just
4.
choose one and then move your image around until we can see it.
Which image?
Whichever one you want to show us.
Okay, I have to move this here and then maximize it and then open it here. This is difficult when Oh my God. Why? No, zero.
Okay.
Nothing.
Now you have to share your
You have
screen.
to, you're not sharing your screen.
Look for the share screen button on the bottom.
Yeah, I see that green one, and I have this number 4. That's blue.
And then hit OK.
Okay, share. Ah, that one.
Okay, we
Very
see
beautiful.
Orion now. Yay.
Okay, that's what the DSS and GIMP. And next one.
Now you're cooking. That is beautiful.
I think we're looking at the raw data set that you sent me, Pekka. I think we're going to get a really nice result out of that.
I hope so. I hope really so.
I was going to do a little bit of pre-work on it to see how it looks.
Ooh.
And
yep.
That's not the one. This is with Cyril and GIMP. Okay. And now we come into PixInsight and GIMP. No, that's not. No, that's not.
It's
the Pix. There you go.
There is PixInsight.
Oh wow. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, look at the
A lot
detail.
more.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
But as Molly said, that there is more data, but I can't draw them out. I can't. I pulled.
I think we'll be able to. I will mess around with it a bit.
Yeah, because
can you send me your calibration frames as well, your lights or your darks and your flats if you have them?
You got them. I sent you 4 folders.
Oh, I only got the lights folder. I didn't get the others.
Didn't you?
No. That's okay.
I will send them today.
Okay, thank you.
I will send folder per folder because they are so big. So it takes, because I have only 10 megabits up. Upstream, so it takes some while. Okay. But this area, there is missing a lot of red gas, and the blue one shouldn't be as blue as it is. But I think the Molly will pull out something.
I think so. We'll see.
And then it's the last one I want to show you, if you don't have seen this before.
Oh yeah.
What does this say?
It says, along with
Doesn't
antimatter and dark matter, we've recently discovered the existence of doesn't matter, which appears to have no effect on the universe whatsoever. It's almost like neutrinos.
Okay, that's all for me.
Thanks, Pekka. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Molly, we have. I will try. I have now Friday and Saturday. Friday night, I will try pull out as much I can.
Okay. And I'll mess with it before Saturday as well, so that.
Yeah, but I have to make a polar alignment first, because I got a new mount for 2 weeks ago on Monday, but after that there's clouds.
Of course there is.
Yes, of course there is.
It's a law of nature.
Yeah, it should be a surprise. so even Mother Nature didn't know that I will get a new.
Mother Nature always knows.
Yeah, yeah.
To see this, I know that Pekka's learning. Directly under your tutoring there, Molly, and although Pekka's he's been in this for a while, and he's not a beginner astronomer, but it's great to see him go these next levels.
I'm a totally beginning in astrophotography.
Oh, I see.
I took my first image.
Pretty nice images for a beginner.
On June last year, I took my first image. So it's June, July, August, September, October, November, December, and January, 8 months.
You're in the fast lane right
now. I'm totally isolated, so I have time. I'm looking now YouTube videos. I'm reading 8 hours at that's the less I can make
Yeah.
on PixInsight.
Wow. Wow.
And when you do wrong, there is nobody is correcting you. So I have processed that Orion maybe 30 times and almost ready, and then I have done something wrong with some layers or something. So you have to shut down everything and begin from beginning. But I have registered pictures, so I have done all those, so I can begin from there. So the biggest work, stacking and so on, they are in there, so I can begin from there. But it's quite steep
Learning
barrier.
Yeah.
Yeah, from GIMP and Cyril.
Yeah.
To PixInsight.
PixInsight is very different than how GIMP and Photoshop and those other programs operate. But we'll walk through a workflow on processing your image, and I think it'll come out real good.
I see like those that Cyril and GIMP is like a Volvo V70, so as I have, and Dodge Viper. So difficult to control.
Yes, that's right. When you're stepping on the gas pedal, the accelerator as hard as you want.
Yes, and the result is the same.
Right.
But PixInsight is wonderful. It's so powerful. So thanks, Molly, to encourage me to get it. Excellent. Without you, I would never try it. So we see
on it is helpful.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Pekka. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So we have Cameron. Cameron, you've been patient there. What's been happening out in Seattle?
Well, I'm happy to say, well, first of all, I'd like to really thank you, Scott, and this whole community for making this type of thing possible. It's awesome. It's very inspirational, and I think it really lowers the barrier of entry for a lot of us. I mean, I've been a visual astronomer for like 37 years, I guess, and the barrier of entry for astro imaging was, and astrophotography was quite steep, and the time consumption. So to be able to do this now with the technology that we have and have these meetings and inspire each other and at all different levels is fantastic. So anyhow, to answer your question, we are here in Seattle. It's been really weird. We had our biggest snow 2 weekends ago, a foot of snow in less than 24 hours.
Wow.
But the amazing part was last Star Party, thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity. It actually cleared up, and you gave me a chance to kind of muck around and try my first, foray in here, and I really appreciate your patience for letting me play with that. But anyhow, and then you wouldn't believe it. Then it got stormed quite a bit over the last weekend, and then we had strong winds, and all of a sudden it cleared up last night. So I have some fresh pictures to share with you all. Again, this is coming from a total newbie. I don't have an imager. I just have a smartphone, and again, being a visual astronomer, my goal is to kind of, I love the images, like what Pekka is doing is awesome, and Astrobeard, Richard, and of course everyone here, Molly. Fantastic. I want to get to that stage. I'm just enjoying the journey of getting there.
Yeah.
In little steps.
Yeah.
So I'm learning all the lingo and all the different terminologies and stuff. But the cool part is I think I have something that might be helpful in kind of create a bridge, as I go in this journey. Mm-hmm. So I'll share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen here?
Yes.
Okay, so I have Stellarium up. I'm just going to pop back and forth, and I have my presentation. So last time, as you know, I was kind of trying to do everything, mucking around, but I love Orion Nebula, especially in Seattle when it's raining and storming most of the time. It's pretty much the main excitement anytime there's a clear night. So so what I've done is I've taken some pictures, some just snapshots of these objects last night. So Pleiades, Double Cluster, Eskimo Nebula, Crab Nebula, Orion Nebula, M81, M82, M51, and the Moon. All the deep sky objects were 2 to 30 second exposures, and ISO 1600, and the Moon was 1/250th a second at ISO 100. So that's basically what I've observed. This is the equipment I'm using. I'm really happy to say that I got just yesterday, actually 2 days ago, I got the 26mm eyepiece in the mail. So thanks for that. It's a perfect match for my Mac because it has a 27mm field stop, giving you the maximum field view. And it worked with the same view with the smartphone, and also with a nice eye relief, gives me a good wide field view for my Mac. So I'm really enjoying that. And then the main thing I want to highlight here is what you'll notice in this picture is the most expensive piece of equipment is the bottom right. I have a Samsung. Luckily I work for Samsung, so I have this phone subsidized. But this is $1,000 phone. Oh. And it's basically an imager. It's an imager, right? I mean, it's you pay about $1,000 for an imager, and I do want to get one eventually. But that's really the barrier of entry, I think, a lot. But now with so many people having smartphones, and one of the things I really like about this particular phone is it increases the custom exposure from 10 seconds to 30 seconds. So I can actually go up to 30-second exposures with this, which is the magic number for a lot of deep sky objects. Anyhow, so this is my configuration. And just, what I did is, if I go back to Stellarium, sorry, what's going on here? It's I think there's a delay here. Sorry for that.
Okay.
Let's go back to Stellarium. So yeah, so basically I started off with Pleiades, and then if I click on that, then I have my eyepiece view here. This is what I saw. So I have this matched with my Skywatcher and my Mac 102 and the 26mm eyepiece. So this is the eyepiece view, field of view. And if I go to my presentation again, sorry, I'm just trying to get rid of that. Okay, here we go. This is the double cluster. Yeah, so what's interesting is you can see a kind of a visual plate solve. This is at 10:30 at night, and it happened to be about the time that my Altazimuth took this picture here. So you can see it has the same orientation. A couple of things I want to highlight in most of the pictures is, I found this out later, but you'll see these artifacts, two artifacts in particular. One is this one here, which is all the different moon, actually. If you look carefully, it's the partial moon reflecting between the eyepiece and
I see. And the second image, where it's like a little.
Yeah, exactly. And exactly. So these are all the elements, and they're all reflecting at different stages. And then you have your IR. I want to disable this. I haven't figured this out, but on my phone there's an IR thing. I put a piece of black electrical tape. Otherwise, this would be all totally washed out. But this thing causes a pain because you can see there's a little artifact over here, and you'll see that around. But it's okay. I'm just trying to get the general idea. But the beautiful part again, you can see the eyepiece. You can see the field of view.
Right.
It actually nicely encapsulates. And what inspired me in this, and what I want to do more of, is David Eicher and Sue French, who did a lot of the sketching of eyepiece objects. I love that. And as a visual astronomer, I want to be able to do something where I'm taking images and you basically see what it's going to be like, with different apertures and different telescopes. So it would be really nice to be able to kind of have a guide for that. So that's one of the things I want to do. So I'm just starting. This is my first attempt at it, but anyhow, that's basically that. And so if we look at double cluster, same thing. You can see it's a little bit rotated because this is at a different time, but you can see that came out pretty nice. Fits nicely in the field of view.
Very nice.
This is a 10-second exposure. Here's Eskimo Nebula, a little bit earlier in the day, or in the night, I should say, 8-second and a 15-second zoomed in. The nice part about the smartphone is you can zoom in now. Forget about pixel size. I have to take a look at the sensor size. Obviously the stars are all big globs and stuff like that, and so I got to match that with the right eyepiece and focal length and all that. I can optimize that, but this is again just a first shot. And here's the Crab Nebula, really faint, but it came out.
Oh, you did get it.
Part is,
yeah,
I did get it. Yeah, you can see the 8-second and the 15-second starts to wash out the background. And I'm not doing any stretching. This is just like no stacking, no flats, no nothing. This is just a direct, and these are compressed pictures I emailed to myself at 10% compression. So that they're nothing about quality, just to get the general idea.
Yeah.
And then here's the Orion Nebula. Again, these artifacts really showed up because it was a 15-second, and you can see the orientation of the moon. And then here's I started I love Orion, so I just took tons of pictures, but just to give you an idea of my evolution, this was before I was kind of anxious and I just wanted to take a picture. So I did a 2-second test image without tracking. Of course, this is what you get, right? It's no good. Then I set up my calibration on my Altaz, go-to mount, and got 4 seconds, pretty good, and then 10 seconds. So it's starting to get better. But then the moon artifacts started to show up. And then these are more pictures. I can't get enough of Orion, but here's an interesting thing I wanted to show you. I did the Orion Nebula at the beginning of my sequence, and then I did Orion at the end. And you'll see that it rotated here. So this is a wonderful example of, if you did a long exposure, the effect of field rotation, right, on an altazimuth. So that was kind of interesting. And then if we look at the zoomed in, I try to get the trapezium in Orion, less exposure, but you can see it barely. You can see the stars, but again, big globs. I need to figure this out to optimize it, but it gives you an idea, trying to learn about the capabilities. On the galaxy side, because it was a moon, that was really tough, much tougher, but I was happy to see this at 15 seconds. You can see M81 and M82, pretty much what you'd see in the eyepiece, and remember, this is only 102, this is only a 4-inch map, right? Yeah. So this is amazing. I mean, this is what you'd see probably in a 12-inch or something, in a normal back.
Yeah, and this is a 4-inch with a smartphone. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can see the. That's
amazing. That's amazing.
It's awesome. I'm thinking, and this is just zoomed in, So I'm thinking this is cool,
And in Altaz, right? I mean, this is an Altaz.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just an Altaz. Yeah. Yeah. Right. And then this is M51. And I have an 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain, so I got a better picture. I'll do another day of M51, which shows the spiral arms. But you can see, spiral. You can actually start to see the spiral structure tiny a little bit, which you need about a 10 or 12-inch in the backyard to be able to see that visually. So it's pretty cool, right?
Right.
And then and finally the moon. I ended with the moon. So here's a big picture. Change my exposure settings, obviously, to get the maximum sharpness and all that. Still was tracking, but and I'm pretty happy. This was just the wide field view framed up, and then I did some zoomed in shots here around the terminator and along the edge, just to get a general idea. So that's basically it. That's awesome. What I wanted to share.
Awesome. It's inspiring. It is, because there's a lot of people that they don't think they possess all the tools to make astrophotographs, but in fact they do, and it's right in their smartphone. So, Cameron, you've done a very nice job, excellent work, and it's nice to see. I mean, I can tell you've you had to spend some time to get ready for the presentation for this program, which was awesome, and there's people here in the audience, that are responding to your work with a smartphone. And there, one of the people is reminding us that Richard Gray started with the smartphone. He's now using a pretty nice Astrocam, but he says he's going to go back to the smartphone pretty soon. It's just the joy of doing it, and it's so fun to see images come up right in front of you. So, I think
I mean, you're right, exactly. And what is amazing is, like, if I look at this this equipment list, right? I mean,
yeah.
Let me share my screen again. Where is it? Share my screen. Yeah, I mean, this is it. This is everything. I mean, and for under whatever, under $1,000 bucks, if you have a phone, you can get a nice you can get started, and then it's just experience, right? And that's what you gain. That's so right. I have to say that a big thing, and one thing that you have said in the past much is, I think it's very important, even with all these go-to systems, to learn your way around the sky. That's one of the things I really gained a lot of knowledge. I had an 18-inch Dob in my past, and I really was able to cruise and find things just easily by star hopping. Once you know where everything is, then you can get a little system like this, and it's wonderful. You can just whip it out and have a blast.
Yeah. And are you doing a lot of this on the balcony of your apartment?
Yeah, actually, I have sky glow. I mean, all those pictures, I'm on my front patio. There's street lights, and there's everything. This is all like, you have the sky glow of Seattle, Bellevue right there, facing the west, everything's setting. Otherwise, I go to the backyard, and that has a narrower view, but I have a good south view. And to the east is probably Bortle 6. To the west is Bortle 8, I would say. That's kind of what I'm looking at.
Sure.
So it makes a difference if I bring my 8-inch to the backyard, and then I can, when things are rising in the east, I can see the 12th magnitude galaxies, for example, which is nice.
Very nice. Yeah. Very nice. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. So Molly, I intended to kind of transition having you show the Crab Nebula because of it's been a topic, supernovas tonight, but do you still have the crab that we can check out?
I do. Let me get my screen switched over here.
I'm sure it's going to be better than the one I took. There we go.
I was impressed you got it. So, yeah, like, wow.
That's what it looks like, though, in the eyepiece.
Yeah. I've been wanting to mess around a bit with smartphone photography, just to, like you said, to show people that they can do it with what they have. And I also have the Note 10 5G version, and I really want to give that a try on my telescope.
That's a good one.
What we're seeing here is, so I wanted to look at since we're celebrating that supernova SN 1987A, it's unfortunately in the southern skies, so I can't show that one in particular. So I decided to go find some other supernova remnants that are up right now up here in the northern hemisphere. So I've shown this one on here before, but it's always fun to look at again because it's just so intricately detailed and incredible, and really cool to see. So this is the Crab Nebula. We're looking at it again with my 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain from Celestron, my ZWO ASI 1600 monochrome camera, and a Chroma 3 nanometer H-alpha filter, hydrogen alpha. So we're looking at this in H-alpha light, which allows me to reject a lot of that light pollution that I get here in the Bay Area, and be able to pull a lot of really awesome detail out of this here. And this is a live stack in Sharp Cap. This is a total of a little over an hour's worth of exposure, a mix of 3-minute and 5-minute frames, since I switched over to 5-minute frames later on. The Crab Nebula, it's the reason you can still see it today, unlike the 1987 one that Bob has in his background that you can only really see with really awesome space telescopes, because there is the actual supernova progenitor star became a neutron star after the core collapse, and that due to the dynamics of this particular neutron star, it's actually what we refer to as a pulsar. It's spinning extremely fast and emitting all kinds of radiation, and has a really strong magnetic field. So that all that radiation is lighting up the gases that the original star expelled, and are still expanding to this day at some hundreds of miles per second or something insane. And with you can't quite see it, the neutron star, in like a telescope like mine, but some of the bigger, fancier professional telescopes can see it, especially in X-ray wavelengths where it's easier to spot. Yeah, so if you look at this in the eyepiece, it's kind of a fuzzy thing, but if you can take pictures of it in wideband color, you can start to see some of the detail, but in narrowband is where it really shines, to be able to see a lot of that detail in the filaments and whatnot.
Beautiful.
And I actually have a view ready to go on another supernova remnant if I want to look at that real quick as well.
Please.
All right. Let me actually just real quick change the target name here so that it displays correctly. All right, so what we're seeing here, this is the Jellyfish Nebula. And let me switch out the image of which telescope is taking this image. So this is with that L-Extreme filter that I mentioned earlier with my ZWO 294 color camera. And it's on my lovely, wonderful, amazing Takahashi refractor. And I really have to, since I'm just live stacking this, and it's a bright target in narrowband, but not very bright in wideband. And this duo narrowband filter is 7 nanometers wide in each of the channels. So, and this being a color camera, it's not nearly as sensitive as the monochrome camera, but you can see it there. It's stretched a pretty good amount when my screensaver doesn't come on, which is why the star is kind of flaring here. Because I'm stretching it a lot. Mm-hmm. But you can see part of the Jellyfish Nebula here. And actually the nebulosity in this area goes on for a lot further. You can kind of see some of it over here as well. And I did not go pull up any details on this, on how it was formed or when it was formed and stuff like that. But this is not the star responsible for it, probably. Stars that are post-supernova tend to become either white dwarfs or neutron stars, which are a lot dimmer than this HD star that's here. But yeah, if you go look on Astrobin, or even just do a Google search, there's some incredible images of this Jellyfish Nebula. And definitely worth going and taking a look at, because it's really a beautiful nebula. And now that I have this filter here, I might go ahead and actually make this one of my imaging targets once I wrap up one of my other targets that's currently filling its time slot, the Rosette Nebula.
Very cool. Very cool. I've shown this image on the show before, but this particular image by Detlef Hartmann, which is a 1 decade time-lapse movie of the Crab Nebula, I still is amazing.
I love those.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm extremely impressed that, given how camera technology has changed, that he got the image, every single frame in this image to look the same. Like, that's a feat unto itself.
Right. Yeah. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be able to create one of these in the future.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Yeah, you can see because as that pulsar spins, it's actually sending it's sending out the material so fast that there's shock waves going through that you can see there. And yeah, it's an incredibly interesting object. And I think it's one of the first things that we recognized to be a pulsar back when we didn't know what those things were.
Mm-hmm. To me, it's like this object that's got a heartbeat, so it's just, it's incredible. It's incredible.
It spins at like it completes one revolution every 33 milliseconds or something like that. It's spinning multiple times a second. But this object, neutron stars are like 20 miles across. So first of all, it is a star, but it's 20 miles across, which is small compared to the sun.
Sure.
But imagine like you have this heavy, it's basically a giant atomic nucleus. It's densely packed neutrons, and it's the size of a major city. And it's spinning multiple times per second, making a complete revolution. I mean, these are just extreme objects that astrophysicists who tend to be the lovers of extreme things absolutely adore.
Right. Yeah, you can see the jet coming out from the bottom of it. It's just incredible. Anyways, you know, just to treat yourself for, you know, anybody that's made, and this is an extreme astrophoto too, a decade time lapse. I mean, my God, you know,
it's incredible.
hats off to the dude. So Richard, how's things going over there at Mission Control?
Things are going good. See, we were talking a little bit about smartphone astrophotography, and
right.
This was from the first night.
Wow, not bad.
The very first night. And
Love it.
Ring Nebula?
The Ring Nebula, and you can almost tell that there's a little light spot in the middle of
You
it.
bet, the central star. See it very clear.
Yeah, that's a magnitude 14 star. That'd be pretty impressive.
Yeah.
This was taken with a Note 9. And you mentioned you had a Note phone as well, Molly. I love the fact you can use the shutter snap on the pen, so you don't have to touch the scope.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one, Richard.
I keep forgetting about the pen, honestly.
I'm hoping there's going to be a smartphone category in one of the future astrophotography.
Oh, we should
contests.
That would be cool. I do want to mess around.
We
with
will. We will do it. You know.
I have an
behind
adapter.
there.
I just need to do it.
You can use a 24-inch plane wave, but it still has to be taken with a smartphone. So.
Yeah, that was with a 130 Skywatcher Dob on a CG4 in the middle of the woods in West Virginia. So currently, as of now, we got Markarian's chain up here. And unfortunately, between the moon and the LED street lamp, if I stretch it anymore, we're going to lose the blackness in the background here, but we're going to do it anyway.
See those galaxies anyways.
Yeah, that was great, Richard. Last week, I didn't get a chance to comment on it, but that was wonderful.
Oh, there they are. There they
beautiful.
Yeah, so there are lots and lots of galaxies there, but it's a really blown out shot. But I mean, we've got galaxy, galaxy. Oh, hold on. Let's make this thing go away here. There we go. Now we got
they're everywhere.
I think that's M87 down in the corner. I could be wrong about that, but I mean the chain starts here and comes across through here, and I put a 1 millimeter spacer on my camera so I could twist it a little bit because I don't have a rotator or anything yet. Gonna have to work on that, but I definitely got either the moon or the street light got me at the beginning of the stack, so we'll see it next week one way or another.
Yeah, it's
love the contrast between the elliptical and the edge on the bottom right. That was really nice.
Yeah. The first time I ever took a picture of Markarian's chain, I was so blown away, and then I was also like, the two brightest galaxies, they're just bright. There's no definition. They're just boof. They're like, just kind of overexposed and everything. And I need to get this from a dark site, honestly, because I mean, I can do better than this after editing, but I don't think I can do what I can do from a darker site at all. But to me, this image is just like kind of one of those ultimate living room wall images. Just lots and lots of galaxies. You play Where's Waldo with the galaxies, you know what I mean? Just like, how many can you find in there? Like, it's kind of fun, but
it's excellent. It's great.
Yeah, there's a certain threshold with signal to noise, basically where you get the well, you can get enough, and you can cut off the background, right? The darks. and take that as the noise floor. And then if you take that out, then you have the contrast you want.
Yeah, I'm not subtracting darks or any or flats or anything live. And with the 2600, I don't think darks is going to do a whole lot for me live. It might do a little bit, but it doesn't really have amp glow or anything to really take care of too much. It's pretty impressive, or at least as far as I've pushed it so far, and managed to keep around stars. But
it would be good if you could take a segment of that with an image processing tool and say, okay, this is the magnitude of the sky glow, right, which is your noise. Mm-hmm. And then you can mask that off and just do a one step filter, right? Just say, okay, take out the sky glow, right?
I am literally shooting right over top of a LED street lamp.
Yep.
I mean, It's 100 feet away. I'm shooting right over top of it.
It's impressive.
I mean, it is the worst part of the sky that I could be shooting at.
So somebody's going to figure it out. You know that, Richard? They're gonna have a tool like Gary or somebody is going to say, okay, just take this segment. You don't even need to take lights or darks. You just take out. This is the magnitude, brightness, magnitude density of the sky glow, whatever it is, moon, whatever, and you just take that out. Bang.
Yeah, it's possible.
Bang! You could use a 12 gauge shotgun.
Hey Bob, this should be this is right down your alley.
That's the end of the street
sky
light.
glow is getting right into the amount of data you're actually getting. So
yes,
some cases.
Oh, it's the same with the noise, right?
With the other.
Yeah.
But
yep.
Looking forward to processing that throughout the week, and that's one I'm going to put some more time on this spring. I'm definitely going to shoot that one for a few days in a row at least.
That's cool. So Jason, it started raining out there?
Yeah, I got an alert on my phone that it was going to start raining in like 7 minutes or something, so I took all my stuff inside.
Don't worry, I know. For us, so they asked us when it stopped raining here in Seattle.
And sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night and I think I hear rain and I have a panic attack because my scopes are out imaging. But then it's not. It's just like a breeze or something. Because I check multiple forecasts every night, and fortunately, the forecasts tend to be pretty reliable here on the coast. So.
You're in the Bay Area, right, Holly?
Yeah, in the Bay Area. So, I so far have only gotten a little bit of rain on my stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's so when you were talking with Bob about confidence in your automated setup and everything like that, I was thinking, well, the one piece that's the wild card is always the weather.
I was just thinking about a USB umbrella.
Feel comfortable with that.
Ooh, USB umbrella. That's an interesting idea. Or you know what I was thinking was those awnings that are on the side of RVs.
Oh yeah.
Mount one of those on some posts and then have it extend if rain is detected.
Right.
I think there
Sounds like a
there might be. Let's see.
Except I can set it to whatever height I want and not hit my telescopes.
That's.
Yeah. So I can just, rain detected, cover the scopes, and then, deal with parking them and whatever else.
Well, like I said earlier, if you have a rain detector of any kind, even an agricultural one, just set off a really loud horn. Get out there and get it.
I thought about configuring like if this then that or something to send me set an alarm off in the middle of the night on my phone if there's rain or something, but I haven't gotten around to it because the forecast is pretty good around here, so I haven't had to worry.
Well, a simple relay.
I know a little bit about trailer life and RVing.
Yes.
And one of the things about our awnings on RVs and rain and wind is that they have detectors that retract them, when heavy rain and wind comes, so it's not going to help you. Okay. They're trying to protect the awning, which might cost, $4,000 or whatever, for your RV. So I think you're
Well,
going to have to
maybe
find another
a
solution.
system like that, but with something more robust, like a more robust and ugly, like a tarp or something, you know. I don't know. It's floated past my head. Someday I'll have a nice like roll off shed, because I have 3 rigs and hopefully a 4th one if I can ever fix my mount. And so those little pod dome things are not going to work unless I get a lot of them. So
Yeah. Right.
I have curtains in my balcony from terpentines I have made.
Oh, yeah.
But next summer I like to have them with electricity. So it's just
yeah.
I like to have it with the remote control.
They make remote control like for curtains and blinds on windows. Those exist. You could modify that to close a black screen instead.
Yeah. Exactly. But I have turpentines over my mouth, and it's totally dry.
Yeah.
And now winter time I have a heating blanket, so I can control. And I have this one, so I can see 3 different. Can see this?
Yeah.
It's it's.
You can kind of see the screen.
Yeah, you can. It's only, but it shows lower part of the mouth and then upper level.
That's a good idea.
Because it's only because of the humidity.
Yeah.
It's not for the temperature, because the humidity could rise up to 95.
Yeah.
And I try to hold it in 30% all the time.
That's a good idea. And you use a heater to...
Yeah, I have a heating blanket.
Okay.
I'm
collecting ideas for when I live somewhere that's got more humidity.
You need air condition.
Can you imagine portable air conditioning units underneath of my telescopes?
Yes.
Yes, Becca can. You can imagine.
I can. Yes.
What's the temperature right now at 4:30 in the morning or 5 o'clock, I guess?
In Stockholm, we have. Let's see. I have to make it show Fahrenheit.
Well, I know Celsius. I'm Canadian. Eh?
It's 38. It's 38.7 under my mount.
That's not
bad. And you're wearing a T-shirt. You got.
Yeah.
He is.
Outside, it's let's see. Upper level of my mount is right now 50.
Oh wow.
And 51% of humidity, and outside it's 35 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
That's T-shirt weather for Canadians, isn't it?
You bet. Oh yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
And probably for,
No problem.
for the Swedish as well, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Here in Springdale, we got in Fahrenheit, we got down to about -20 with wind chill factor. That was
Jesus. You had a terrible.
A little over a week ago. Tonight it is 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, so I mean it is. I went outside with my short sleeves on. It was just like, wow, this is incredible.
We will get warm now until Friday.
Huh.
Yeah.
Plus 10 degrees Celsius.
Right.
In February, it should be -35.
Oh.
So it's like. It's like heat wave for us. There is something, if you have time, to tell you about my first deep sky experience.
Sure.
And then we have to go back 40 years. And I don't think many can remember slides. Scott remembers Bob.
Oh, I remember slides. Yeah.
Bob remembers slides as a pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And Molly maybe don't know what slides it is.
I know.
So my parents actually have several. We have about 10 carousels of slides.
Okay.
From when my mom was growing up, and we actually have a slide projector and a screen, and we have looked at a lot of the pictures.
Because those shows 3D pictures. If you look for a very good slide, it is almost 3D. Okay,
yeah.
I saw a magazine for 40 years ago that they offer a set of deep sky objects, and I just ordered a test set. So they sent me 3 pieces. One was Andromeda, one was I think it was some nebula, and then was some galaxy, was it? But I didn't have any projector. Okay, so how did I look them? So my mom has a shoebox. So I took her shoebox, a torch, and a magnifying glass, and went into her clothing closet and made self-made projector. So there I was sitting in looking for those slides, 3 slides. And then I realized that it was a deep sky. Because from 9 to 14 it was moon, sun and so on, but not deep sky. I was looking for the stars, but I didn't realize that it's more than stars.
You just reminded me, Pekka, I think I had some slides when I was a teenager. I took some photos of Orion or something in Hawaii or something, and but I think my mom threw them out.
Oh.
yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't have them anymore. But yeah, I tried that astrophotography when I was yeah. So I know. But the nice part is the resolution of the slides. They were much better than photos, right?
Yeah.
Basically direct film.
Yes.
Very nice.
That was incredible good quality. And then after a couple of years, I have collected Finnish astronomy books. I have a very good collection. And then we moved from Finland to Sweden. And the moving guys, they forgot my boxes to Finland. And I lost all my stuff. I have my notes and my first telescope and that I now found online. And now I have looked for old books from Finnish, what do you call these stores that sells used books.
Yeah, used bookstores.
Yeah, so I have found almost everyone. So now I have my library.
Is it from your original collection?
Yeah, maybe, yes. I can show you my library from another camera. Maybe if you can see it.
Caesar, are you still imaging or?
There is my library.
Oh yeah, look at that.
And my old GGS, G-Gem.
Yeah.
So.
What time is it in Argentina right now?
I don't know. Caesar, can you hear us? I don't think so.
Cesar.
Hi.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
What time is it?
What time is it there?
1:37.
Oh, okay.
I took a picture of esta carita.
Okay. Let's see it.
If you like, I can share the screen.
I'm jealous. You know, I want an image.
Only I don't have PixInsight in this notebook, but I have only here. Let me check.
I just hear a rooster here.
Yeah, I was just thinking, it must be getting bright out again. Now, Pekka.
Yeah, sun is going up.
Oh boy.
Can you see?
Yes. Oh, it never gets old.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, we can see
it. It's 45 picture.
Wow, that's a wide field.
Yes.
What did you use for that?
I'm sorry. Let me. it's only a camera over
like a DSLR type.
yes, with a zoom only.
Yeah.
You know, here this is middle of the city. Let me show you. It's impossible because
Wow.
yeah,
That high rise is blocking your view.
yeah, this is my
Yeah, nice.
yes, the full.
Yeah, pool lights.
No, look at
yeah,
this light
Not just one,
production
not just one
while
light,
getting
just
this.
a whole array of lights.
Yeah,
It's incredible.
I think that, well, I am in the middle of practicing with this program that is really basic. I need to put this in pixel size, but I work maybe tomorrow with this. But I took pictures while we were talking of Eta Carinae, that is in the top of this building.
Wow.
In front of me, and we have a very how this is, I forget the name, the word, narrow place between the front of my balcony and another top building in front of me, but I could take a picture
You were
with
threading the needle.
45 snapshots of 15 seconds. Yes,
Wow.
yes, the ISO is 800, and well, I took darks, I took dias. I don't have flats yet of this. And I can show you the Orion. I processed a little with this program that I don't have programs in this notebook. And let me check if I can change the screen.
So Caesar, the direction, when we look behind you, you have the corner of the upper balcony and you have a building. What direction is that? Southeast, southwest?
Okay. Sorry that sorry, Cameron, that I couldn't understood. This is right south.
Directly south. Okay.
South, yes, south. Here we have the south. Let me south east, southwest.
Southwest, because it's flipped on the image.
Yes, this is the west. Really, this is the west here.
Oh, that's the west. Okay.
Yes. Here. Yes, because it's let me show you more easy. South, east, west. Sorry, east. This is more for this. Yes, my balcony is to south, west, and southwest.
So you can see you can see everything set basically. So you can see
yes,
the planets and stuff.
Yes, but the problem is that normally for the zooms I'm here because I have internet, you know. But sometimes I go normally to take pictures. I go to the rooftop of this building that is in the 37th floor, and it's very nice place. The problem
Penthouse.
is the wind. When you have wind, you know, in 37th floor, because it's around 126 meters over sea level, and you have in any wind is strong in the rooftop, and but it's nice place for to take photography, astrophotography in middle of the city. I can show you. Let me check if possible. Um, I can show you. Well, this is the last picture that I show you. The only
That's
one
beautiful.
picture. Yes, and let me check how is this.
Same camera as you used for the Ada Carina, right?
No, it's an old camera, EOS 600 only.
Oh, okay.
Yes, your work with your work with a cell phone was amazing. It's amazing.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, here.
Oh, yeah, that's
Look at that.
nice. That's awesome. I love it. And
Yeah,
what's amazing is
nice
how the focus. How could you get the building in focus and no rhinoceros?
Yeah, this is in this direction. This building. I don't know if it's possible to see.
Yeah.
Here you have the line. Yes. You have here two buildings, and you have a narrow place. And yes, I and Orion Nebula between the buildings.
Yeah.
10 minutes. Yes, in the beginning of the Zoom, and it's nice because it's, you know.
I think Cesar, you redefined the term extreme imaging, astro imaging.
Yeah.
People remember when Caesar was out and the wind was blowing so hard that you could hardly hear him from the buffeting of the wind and stuff on his microphone. His nickname is called 100-mile-per-hour Caesar.
Normally, yes. Well, in the last eclipses, I was in the. I have another from California that he found a picture of a guy catching of a tree, and he put my name because was terrible. I remember the weather in Patagonia for the last eclipse. Actually, I have my picture.
Yeah, but we actually got a broadcast of the eclipse.
Yeah, I saw that one. It was like.
Yes. Fortunately, we have much better videos from Mars. The
Mars audio. Exactly, the Mars wind audio is nothing compared to what Caesar experienced.
Right.
Yes, absolutely.
Caesar,
this is Orion from Buenos Aires between buildings, between balconies. Yeah.
That's cool.
Next week, I promise that I processing the Eta Carina. It's nice. It's nice. I think that I have a good material to process much better than the picture that just I have from Deep Sky Stacker. But Deep Sky Stacker is too hard to move the lines or move the curve processing. I keep the lights to use in pixel size. Really, I don't know all about pixel size because my son Agustin is a specialist, and he normally the bad thing with when you have your son that work in computing and processing, and I say, okay, I give you the lights and bye. No, it's bad because I don't have I never practice with the processing in pixel side, and I know that I need to learn a lot of this, and because it's the premise that
take lessons from Molly.
Yes,
we're lucky we have Molly and Gary.
Yes, this is the problem when you have a Molly in your family, or come on. Yes, but I promise to learn and use pixel sight in live in this computer next time. Not this time. Maybe 1 month more. like my friends here in Global Safari.
That's awesome. Well, gentlemen, we've been on, we're almost to the 11 o'clock hour, at about 10:50 here. Does anybody else have anything else they'd like to share tonight with our audience?
Well, Scott, I am going to have to duck out here soon, but I wanted to ask you about those binoculars behind you.
Oh, these guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we like to watch this. Come on.
Yes, these are
Beautiful.
120 millimeter binoculars. I was using them today.
Wow.
With a white light solar filter that we made for it. You can see the inner pupillary adjustment is just, you just grab this one's kind of stiff here, but yeah, you can just adjust it for your, the inner pupillary adjustment.
I love it.
And then it's got, individual focus control here, but there's a twist lock that's holding the eyepieces. So they're not going to slide out on you, so, this is some of the new stuff that we're starting to carry. Retractable dew shield. And
that's what you want in a dark sky.
Yeah, it's fun. It is fun.
Oh my gosh.
I've already had the pleasure of seeing the Orion Nebula through them, watching the sun through it over the last couple of days, just seeing it as an orb and just being able to, use both eyes, both parts of your brain, to both sides of your brain to examine an image, it's somehow so much more gratifying. So I'm sure that I'll be including this in all of my, star party experiences. And even when I do sidewalk astronomy, I'm going to take this thing out because it's going to be fun,
What was the max field of view on that again, Scott? What's the max?
Well, because the eyepieces are interchangeable and it uses Explore Scientific eyepieces.
27 millimeter.
Order eyepieces work on it. So it's going to change quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's beautiful for the 82 degrees.
Yeah. So to give you would just work out the field of view because it's 120 millimeter, 660 millimeter focal length.
660 millimeter. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So it's,
Can you use Barlow's on those, Scott?
Can you use Barlow's?
Yes.
I've never tried, I haven't tried yet, but I'll give it a whirl tomorrow. I'll let you know. Okay.
Because my 2080 EDs are traveling binoculars. Those.
Yes. Right.
Those are nice.
They're just a lot of fun to use, and so that's new from us. We've got several different models. I'll be posting them all on our website. So
I think the maximum field of view is 4.5 degrees or 4.4 degrees. That sounds about right. Just using a 27 millimeter field stop on 120, right? Is that the calculation?
Let's see.
120 divided by 27?
I have 24 millimeter, 68 degree eyepieces. So I take 660, 24, 27.5 power, 68. That's 2.5 degrees with those eyepieces, but
2.5.
I'd have to really run through the whole gambit to cover it all.
Cruising the galaxy cluster, Virgo, or cruising the Milky Way, or LMC. Oh my
Andromeda
gosh!
galaxy stretched out in front of you.
Oh my gosh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Awesome to make. Awesome to make videos. Two RC cameras. Shoot stereo.
Yes, VR.
Wow. Yes.
It actually could hold camera adapters, you know, so because it's just a standard 1.25 inch.
Exactly.
Is there enough back focus for 2 filter wheels?
You're already thinking ahead, Richard.
I just had a feeling Jason was thinking something like that.
Yeah, first thing I thought was I want one of those for solar, one for like calcium, and one for.
Oh yeah, to look at it in both. Oh, that would be cool. That'd be cool, and that's probably doable. So I don't know. I don't know how much back focus we'd have to have for like you know, Daystar type filters or something. So, but interesting idea. Or a straight through blocking filter. You could use a Lunt, probably you know, front loaded Edelon and then blocking filter on the back that's straight through. So I'm modifying a Lunt system for that ED80 and ED102 behind me. So, and I've got.
That would be nice.
Yeah. I've got all my toys here.
Was that Bader film you had?
What's
on
that?
those? What's that? What was that? Bader's solar film filter you had on front of that solar filter you had on?
Yeah, that was actually a Thousand Oaks film that I used.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just made a box. We made a box and just cut it out so that it was a big oval.
But it's almost the same as Bader's solar film.
Same idea. It's a white light. But this one right here. This is a Lunt LS50. So I've got this, and then I've got inside of here. I've got adapters that attach this to the front of the 102, and then I got another adapter. You know, we 3D printed this, but we have a very nice 3D printer. And so this was the package. I was supposed to take it to Argentina for the eclipse, but yeah, due to the pandemic, you know.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So Scott, the Friday Star Party, European Star Party, what's the hours for that one again?
That will start, Gary will set it up, but it's going to start a little bit earlier, probably starting at about, I'm thinking like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Now tomorrow, do you guys know who Damian Peach is? Planetary, makes high resolution planetary images. He's pretty famous. He's in the UK. He's going to be on our daily show tomorrow. So that'll be at 3 p.m. Central. He'll be on for half an hour to an hour, showing some of his, you know, wonderful planetary images. You know, but Jason, I have to admit that Mars image that I saw there is pretty stunning.
It was mind blowing.
Fantastic.
It is.
But I love, you know, what all the astrophotographers are doing, you know, so going all the way from these smartphone images to, you know, the best images that amateurs can make, and the best images that amateur astronomers can make really are amazing, you know, because they'll, you know, their creativity and the work they're doing to show the universe in all of its splendor is just, you know, there's no limits, you know. There's astrophotographers that use different telescopes and blend images from a 6-inch refractor to a, you know, 24-inch RC, you know, and make these super detailed, you know, wide expanse images. But as you're looking down into, you know, pockets of nebula and stuff where they've, you know, made high resolution images, they've just sort of nested inside of there. It's just a great way to look at the universe in only the way that so many telescopes can put together. So
it's massive
I like that you're
multi-processing.
talking to Damien. He's he's one of those guys that, really busted it open for amateurs.
Yes.
Especially in the planetary realm.
Oh,
The images he was pulling down with like a Celestron 14-inch telescope. Just amazing imagery.
Amazing. And I don't know how much clear sky the guy gets, really. I mean, he's in the southern part of the United.
I know he, from what I can tell, he shoots a lot in like Barbados or something. I think
Is that what he does? Oh.
I don't know if he's got a telescope there permanently, but
he told me he's still working on last year's images. So he's got a ton of work done and a lot of data to capture. And the image processing is well, I mean, as Jason well knows, can take a lot of time. So I think you're still working on images that data sets that you're still getting through.
Yeah, that's never gonna end. Resign myself to be in a backlog permanently.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, thank you.
I set up at any clear sky time I get, and it just starts adding up faster than I can get to it.
Right. Well, you never know what you might get. Whether it's possible to capture a supernova in process. There was a guy, the name will come to me, but he put a movie camera. This is going way back, okay? And this guy was not a very serious amateur astronomer, kind of was dabbling into it. And he put a movie camera on that would take an image every few seconds. And he started a program called Problicom, which I'm not sure exactly what that meant, but his claim to fame was that he was able to capture images of a galaxy just as a supernova was happening. And so he had this whole light curve and everything. And it was one of the very few guys that made that happen. Let me see if I can remember his name. For those of you that might be.
I thought he was from Argentina or Brazil. No?
Ben Mayer. Ben Mayer was the guy's name. And so he did. He became world famous, actually.
Is my friend Victor Buso, but it's another the guy that found a nebula in 2017 or 18.
Mm-hmm.
This was amazing too, because he was only trying with a CCD that he bought, and he used he lived in Rosario, Argentina, and he was only trying his new CCD that he received from SWPO, and he appointed to this galaxy, and in the first time of different images, he started to see that something was changing. When and Victor Buso is special to. I like to know if we can invite him, but I don't know if he talks in English. I don't know. That's very interesting. It's a genius.
This is a
very very kind person, Victor Buso.
Here, I'll share my screen just so you can have the historical aspect of some of the amazing amateur astronomers that have been out there. But this is Ben Mayer right here with his Celestron 14, his observatory building. And these are I mean, it's cool to see this because these are early astrophotographs in the 1980s. This would have been some of the better astrophotography by amateur astronomers done, you know, so.
Yeah, this is impressive work back then. I mean, that's
all right.
That is no small task.
No small task.
Sorry.
This, I guess the entire, you know, Mercier catalog right here too, which would also have been a pretty big achievement to have a full set of personal photographs of the, you know, of all these
Wow, beautiful.
objects.
That's neat.
Yeah.
Now, Scott, everyone can do this with the smartphone.
Right.
I mean, that's what's amazing. I mean, it's
That's how far
awesome.
we've come.
Yeah, it's
Right.
really cool.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Can
the
I-
barrier of entry is the key, is getting it to the point where, and that's what I love what you're doing, Scott, with Explore Scientific, and just your whole, I think, philosophy is just making it sure that people can take steps, right, at their own rate, and then everyone has their different levels, and I think that's fantastic, and that's how you bring everyone on board, right?
Right.
And, it's
That's right.
wonderful.
Well, I just wish that I could go back through the whole process myself, you know, from knowing absolutely nothing, you know.
But you're doing it every day, Scott. You're doing it every day. You're by inviting us all. You're reliving. It's like
Yes.
having children.
Maybe that's probably true. That's probably true. I love the interaction of our community, and I still marvel at the technology that we have because, you know, here we are, we're sitting down talking to, you know, Caesar in Buenos Aires, and, you know, Pekka's in Stockholm, and, you know, the rest of us are here in different parts of the United States. But it's
And Canada.
in Canada. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, yeah, North America.
Scott, can I share one picture, one more picture?
Yeah, absolutely, you can.
See, this is the big talk today in Sweden. Can you see it?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not sharing yet.
Now?
No.
Nothing. Okay. I have to learn this sharing.
At
Yeah,
the
so
bottom,
go down
you
the
see
green-
share
yeah,
screen.
Share screen button at the bottom of Zoom.
Yes, just a moment. I have to.
Then pick the screen.
Yes.
Yes. I have to. Yes, share. I have to push the button share.
There you go. Now you're sharing. Now this
Now-
is okay.
Can you see that?
I see the moon. And
Okay.
A little icon on top of it.
Okay, then I have to move this over there.
There we go. Ah.
Oh, meteorite.
Yeah, that's a few 14 kilograms, 30 pounds
Oh.
meteorite that came down on November.
Oh.
And almost 1/3 of Sweden saw it. It was
Wow.
a light flash. And they found it in November, and today they relieve it for the whole Sweden.
Oh.
And it's from
beautiful.
it's from meteoral belt, you know, from between Mars and Jupiter.
Yeah.
And that's 4.5 billion years old. So they have tested it and so on.
Oh my God. You know, the meteorites are, I mean, I've often described them as being rarer than diamonds, you know.
Yeah, it is. And 14 kilograms, 30 pounds.
Yeah.
That's quite big. Boom.
Very big. That's
And
right.
it went down in the middle of the forest. And that area, there is only, how do you say, sunk mark, you know, this wet mark.
Yeah.
Trees and very wet. There is only, what do you call them, mooses living there.
Oh, moose.
Moose, yes.
That's good.
The Swedish chef. making chocolate the moose from Muppet Show.
Moose.
Have you seen that in Muppet Show? McCormick and
Oh yeah, Muppet Show, yeah.
yeah, 18s. There was the Swedish chef.
Yes, he was like hoba hoba hoba. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, he was Swedish.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, can you let me share for a second? I just wanted to share this.
Sure.
So this is interesting. Let me just share my screen here. I got this video here. Canada sky lit up by a meteor, and this is a big one. This is a fireball. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, here, watch this.
Oh my God.
Nice.
Oh.
It's gonna go again. Just one more time. Look at this.
That's lighting it up.
Yeah.
Isn't that major, eh? So that's
Yes.
in Cochrane, Alberta, and you can see.
Did
this
they
going
find
down.
it? Did
Yeah,
they find it?
I don't know. I just got this yesterday, actually. So,
Because
rather tiny
here they didn't relieve it first today on news. So
Yeah.
Every new channel talking about that today.
Yeah, I saw one night, about a month ago or something. I saw not a big one like that, but I saw a pretty bright fireball. It
Yeah.
was leaving a smoke trail behind. That was kind
Oh,
of
that's nice. That's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, but those pieces are expensive because I have looked for to buy one, and 1 gram is about $100 to meteorite to buy a piece of.
Yeah.
All right. While we're doing that, I have one to share with you as well that
All right.
happened here in Arizona a while ago. Okay, can you see this? It's just a video that's stopped right now, right? So here we go.
I don't think you're sharing your screen, Bob.
Oh, really?
The blue button.
It has a, all right. Oh, I have to push the share button. Hold on. Here we go. All right, I'll back this up. How's that?
Yeah,
Okay.
we saw you rewind. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I think I've seen this one. Yeah,
that's bright.
Yeah. That's a big one.
It went right over
Yeah.
our place. That was really crazy.
Okay.
What's really neat is the color change. There's different colors, right, depending on
I
material.
know.
Like that was a blue one. The one I showed you was blue. There was green ones. I've seen red ones. Yeah, it's
Green
really
ones,
neat.
yeah.
This one was red,
Oh,
yellow.
Wow.
So one time I was in Northern California near, you remember that you heard about the Paradise Fire, that was all in the news and everything. Actually, I was in Paradise, this is many years ago, and I had my Coulter 13-inch Dobsonian. So this is the scope I used that I really learned the sky on, right? And so I decided that I needed to go out to where it was really dark. I was like really anxious to get to dark skies. And so I went out onto a logging road, and I drove out and found this place. It was really kind of lonely. I am by myself, and I park and I take my Dobsonian off of the surf racks. I have this old 96 Saab, which looks like a stretched out VW Bug. And I use surf racks to put this thing on. It looked like a jet, a JATO on my, just this takeoff device on. People would just look at me on the highway and stuff and honk their horns and stuff and want to know what that was.
White Sands rocket.
Exactly. Anyway, I get set up out there, and I just it's a beautiful night, and I find this clearing in the forest, and I set up, and I had been thinking about these guys that I'd seen driving around like with big monster trucks and stuff, and I was going, I sure hope that none of these guys show up in the middle of the night, because it's peaceful. I don't want to, I really just kind of wanted to have this sort of tranquil experience out there by myself. And so I get the telescope set up and it's amazing. I mean, it's just super, super, super dark skies and really transparent. And I see some lights. And I go, oh my God, you know, and I turn around and I look, and the lights get brighter and the lights get brighter. And I'm thinking, and I'm imagining in my mind, this monster truck with the big lights, the bank of lights up on top and everything, you know, driving through the woods or whatever. And as I'm turning around, I see the shadows, boom, 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 like that. And I look up, guys, and this is an absolutely true story. I see, I don't know, I see a bolide that wide in the sky going straight overhead.
Jesus.
And I could hear it. I could hear it go over. Okay.
Nice.
I'm alone. No one is going to believe this story. Nobody. But it was absolutely true. And there's a meteorologist that lives here, but he was in Lake Tahoe roughly at the same time that I was out in Northern California. We didn't know each other at this time, but we figured out that we had both seen the same meteor streaking across the sky because he saw it. He saw this same thing too. So I would like to learn more about it. Maybe one day we'll track down exactly the time and date and all the rest. I should have written it down, but I was just, I was absolutely fun. And after that, I was just like, okay, I'm going home now. That was just
you can't top that.
Sensory overload, you know, at that time. So
about that, you say, Scott, that they was looking for you in the road and shooting to you. I was setting up my scope one day for the evening, and I took my 8-inch Celestron and it pointed up, and the older woman walked downstairs on my balcony, and she stopped and looked at me for 15 seconds, very angry, and looked at me and asked me, "What are you doing?" And she thought that it was like a gun or something. That I'm going to shoot somebody. And I'm going to look for the stars. Oh, okay. She was very, very confused. She was looking. What are you doing?
Yes.
Because it's very rare here in Stockholm. We are not so many.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we are only couple. Andreas, me, and then other are outside of Stockholm. But it's only me and Andreas is in.
That's it. Oh,
well, now with all our technology and more people imaging in off of balconies, there's probably going to be more of that.
Balcony astronomy.
Yeah, balcony astronomy. It's the only way.
Was a balcony astronomer for a long time. Dr. Don Parker, who made incredible planetary images, had a 16-inch, I can't remember what the focal length was, but it was a long focal length 16-inch Newtonian, and it was just on the balcony of his home in I think Coral Gables, and you know, it's where you can be most productive. You know, I encourage people to do their astronomy from where they live. You know, because you'll do more of it.
You have to make the best of the situation.
That's right.
Because I can't take my mouth every day. It possibly clear. So I just open the door and there's my there it is. Just look in the on-off button and I'm clear.
We're all prisoners of the time dimension.
Yeah. Yes. And the problem is that we are living in a building, and here, okay, it's concrete, but when I'm photographing on the balcony,
nobody can walk inside our apartment. It's so sensitive.
Oh yeah. Right.
So I can see it there right directly if somebody has walked inside.
Sure.
So nighttime, okay, that's good.
Right.
But even I can't walk. I have to sit down and take a cup of coffee.
Right.
So, Cameron, were you aware of this thing? I just was looking at this American Meteor Society, and this was just like yesterday or something.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
That's
Okay.
the same one, just a different view. Perfect. Yep, it was like I say, it's fresh off the press. Yeah, that's awesome. Good find.
Yeah.
Whoa.
amsmeteors.org. I found it because I was looking for one of my friends, Richard Rodriguez, and he's a meteor hunter. He goes out on the dry lakes and around here in the West, and they walk across the dry lakes and look for meteors.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for
He
sharing.
has quite a collection. Meteorites, I should say.
Yes. So do all of you have, do you all collect meteorites? Do you have some in your,
No, I don't have.
Not me.
No.
I want to have one.
Yes.
One thing I've done, which was a collateral gift from my time working for the local sheriff's office as a helicopter pilot. I was a night guy.
Yeah.
I worked for 4 years at night flying helicopters, rescue, and law enforcement. We had night vision goggles. So whenever there was a meteor shower, I'd grab the NVGs, go set up my camp chair out back, and just watch. And you can see 100 times more meteors with those than you can with the naked eye, because we'd seen a lot of them at night. We'd be flying around at night, and you could see them going. You'd flip up your goggles, and you couldn't see anything. So it was that was a cool tool. So they're getting cheaper now by quite a bit. And that would be the way to watch a meteor shower, would be with some sort of night vision enhancement thing. Would be great.
For sure.
I saw that.
That was nice, Scott.
That's nice, Scott. Yeah.
This is a piece of Shikoda-Lin. Okay.
Wow.
Meteorite. And it looks like shrapnel. Okay. And when Shikoda-Lin, when this meteor, it's a nickel iron meteorite, came over Russia, that area of Russia, it exploded and shrapnel went everywhere. But the explosion was thought of to be possibly an atomic bomb attack. And so this is one.
Was that the big one for 5-6 years ago? Is that one?
No. Shikoda-Lin happened during the height of the Cold War. Let's see if I can find you some information.
It was not the 1911.
No, that's you're thinking of the
Tunguska.
Tunguska, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
1911, I think it was. But it was exploding above the atmosphere, or not atmosphere, around 500 meters.
Yeah, this is, thank goodness for Wikipedia. It's a mountain range, Shikoda-Lin, and the meteorite they don't have the meteorite in here, but here we go. Here it is. The coarse octahedrite structure. So it does have, if you cut it and polished it and etched it, it does have that Widman-Staten structure, and that can only occur in space. And it's it's when two asteroids collide, and then they take a long time to cool down, and makes that beautiful structure in there.
Maybe that's a good way, Scott, to manufacture Etalon.
Could
a
be.
perfect crystalline
This
flat
thing
surface.
came in at 10:30 in the morning on February 12th, 1947. Okay. And the eyewitnesses in the Shkoda Mountains in the Soviet Union observed a large bolide brighter than the sun. Okay. Brighter than the sun.
Jesus.
They came out of the north and descended at an angle of 41 degrees. The bright flash and deafening sound of the fall were observed for 300 kilometers, 190 miles, around the point of impact, not far from, I'm sure I'm going to butcher the name of this, Luchagorsk, and approximately 270 miles northeast of Vladivostok. The smoke trail, 20 miles long, remained in the sky for several hours. And this
what year was that?
This was 1947.
1947. Okay.
Yeah. So people were afraid of atomic bomb attack.
Yeah.
I saw some video. Now they have in Russia. They have all these video cameras, right, in the cars. And
right. That's right.
They were recording some of these events, and some of them were pretty significant. I forgot what show I was watching, but it was like, whoa.
Well,
they have now everything's on video, right?
Remember the one guy, he just kept on driving. He just put his sun visor down.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one. Yeah.
I was going down Interstate 5 one time. I'd come back from Taiwan on one of my business trips, and I'm driving down the I-5 in California, and the highway, the freeway lights up more than just the street lights. Okay, and I realized that it's a meteorite event and a meteor event, and this thing went straight down parallel with the highway, and I'm looking around at the other drivers going, I'm like pointing up at the sky, and everybody else is still just driving as if nothing had happened. So
wow. Yep.
Yeah. Probably not the safest thing to do, though, to watch the sky while you're driving. But
like we're driving.
I can't help myself. Okay.
Yeah.
There's one thing I want to show what I found on auction here in Sweden. I don't know if it's authentical, but it's an Apollo
we see.
from Apollo project.
Oh,
that's neat.
Let's see if I can.
Maybe.
It's a pin.
I'm not an expert at such things for sure, but
it's a pin. But I have seen just once in my lifetime like this. I collect rare NASA things.
Oh, that's very cool.
So when I found that one, I don't think they are copies because if they were many of them.
Right.
If somebody sells just one copy, that's unlikely. There should be thousands of them.
Right.
I think. I don't know.
Destroyed or thrown away, so.
Yeah, but I have to come to States to take a 2 weeks trip.
Yeah.
To Florida and California and Nevada and Houston and every of the museums there. The shuttle is there are five of them.
Commercial Flight Center. Yes.
I think there's. Yeah.
It's getting late, isn't it?
No, it's morning.
Yeah, it's early for Becca here. So.
Yeah, it's early hours.
You're just waking up.
I had my morning coffee.
For me.
I had my morning coffee 4 hours ago. So no problem. I'm used to for this.
Yeah.
It's really cool, and this is great. I just think
this is the best thing happened after internet.
Yeah.
I think this community is the best thing happened after internet.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Thank you very much.
This is the only place we can talk and see, because there is nothing else. In Sweden there is nada. In whole Europe there is nada.
Sure beats the nightclubs up there, eh?
Nightclubs? No, those are closed.
Yeah.
Everything is closed.
I remember going to Helsinki, and that's I mean, up north, that's what it is about, right? I mean, drinking and nightclubs.
Yeah, in Finland, especially in Finland. Yeah. Ice bears on the streets. That's something everybody thinks, that in Finland there is ice bears.
But the northern lights, oh man. Awesome.
Yeah, there are no ice bears in Finland.
So Pekka, do you see northern lights regularly?
No,
in your...
no.
you
I have seen once in my lifetime, and that was on south in Finland. And there was over minus 30 degrees Celsius, and they even there was sound. Even it was like a thunder.
Wow.
I would love to see that. I've never seen aurora. Period.
Yeah, but if you have lucky, you can hear them.
Yeah.
These sparkling, and there's like a small thunder, and the colors, and it's something mind blowing.
Yeah.
I have seen it.
Yeah.
I'm from Finland. Now I live in Sweden, but I have seen once in a lifetime.
I was wondering, Pekka, with a name like Pekka Huttala. I thought you might be Finnish, yeah.
Yeah, I'm from Finland,
cool.
yes.
All
yes,
right.
and my English is very bad right now, because I haven't talked English like this in 20 years.
Wow. Well,
Well, you're doing just fine.
pretty good.
Okay, thank you. I was working for Ericsson, and for Ericsson it's a concern language, and it was daily. But when I finished at Ericsson, I have read, and I look every movie without text. My only new channel is CNN or BBC. So I watch only English and read English. But when you have to talk, that's the another history. Yeah, it takes practice, yes, to find words and to have the guts to open your mouth.
You're doing great.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So I used to work for Nokia for 15 years, and I had a lot of Finnish friends, and of course.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, you're doing great with your English. I can tell you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, Finnish people, they are very scared to talk English. They are very conservative. They understand.
Not only Finnish people, but you go around the world. You can go to Asia, lots of places, and many people are afraid. To speak. And you just have to be open and not judgmental. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Has an accent or something, or is just some.
I realize that the folks are accepting your language, and if they don't understand, you have to make better explanations.
Go down and just so yeah.
Yeah. And these people in this forum, it's can you find better people somewhere?
I would agree with that.
This is so
not only this forum, but just the amateur astronomy community.
Exactly. And they are so few in Sweden. There are more in Finland maybe, but in Finland they are more like in-house by themselves.
I see, isolated.
Yeah, and they're doing their at home, and there's a forums, and there are one big community called Ursa in Finland. They have a observatory also there.
Nice.
And the funny thing in that observatory is that they have a flags. How do you say when you drawing up a flag?
Like stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Like pole.
It's not on the cupola, but very near. And in 1800 century, the astronomers keep to watch the clock, and they was throwing up and a sack very with stones and so on. When that was up, then the time was exactly 12 at the day.
Okay.
And they have ordinary clock, and they keep it that accurate. And then one in the observatory was yellowing 2-1, that 5 seconds, and now, and he was pulling up, and 4 people around in Helsinki, they was watching at the clock, and okay, now, yes.
Wow.
There
What
was
if he was late? What if he's late, like 1 or 2 seconds late? Then
everybody's clock was late. So they was
lose your job, you know.
strong and watching. Okay, no, it's 12 o'clock. And the woman, there was all women who could and have a good side. They was doing the maps, star maps. They was counting the stars in the photographies.
Oh yeah.
There was a few photographers. They took the photos and then they gave them to the ladies, and the ladies was looking and counting the stars.
Oh, wow.
And 1800s in Finland.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. And think of how many discoveries they made, you know, in
Yeah.
those plates, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And they was glass plates. They was not plastics. They were glass. And we have a whole observatory here that's our club house right now. In middle of the Stockholm, there is a old observatory, and nowadays it has moved outside the town.
I'll show you something here.
Yeah.
Can you read the date?
1924, October 21.
October 21st.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a glass plate
Is
from
that
Mount
the-
Wilson Observatory.
From
Einstein's solar eclipse relativity test? What's that? Oh, this is going to be neat.
Ooh, be careful.
This is the moon.
Ooh, wow.
Taken with the 100-inch telescope.
Wow.
Awesome. That's wow.
That's
cool. Why don't we have
Never
frame
museum there.
frame it?
The original plate holder.
Have you tried? Sorry, have you tried to print that? Like
No, it's just
contact print. You could probably get a positive off that.
Do something and share with us.
Yeah. That's beautiful, though.
That's fantastic.
Oh my God.
I have. What else do I have? I'll bring out a couple of things here.
Do you have nuclear proof safe for that?
No.
You have to have.
Okay. This is
Oh,
the
they-
Astrophysical Journal from
15.
45.
16.
16. Now this is I think 1 year before. Is it 1 year before the 100-inch is finished at Mount Wilson?
My God.
See the inside, it says Astrophysics Library, California Institute of Technology. There's a stamp there.
Jesus.
This
Jesus.
is from the
Late
Palomar
fees.
200-inch dome.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Okay,
Wow.
up here in light pencil, it says second set, and above that, and it's very difficult to read it, okay, it says George E. Hale, okay? All right, this is from George Ellery Hale's private library. okay?
Oh my God.
Furthermore, it is signed by George Ellery Hale.
Oh,
Oh, jeez.
wow. What a treasure.
You have to have a safe.
Yeah, that,
A
stuff
true
like that
treasure.
is priceless. It's priceless.
Inside is also a, there's some sort of stamp you can see kind of raised. And I think it says Caltech or something like that on there.
Huh.
I have to show you
Hold something that I know that George Ellery Hill actually held in red himself. This is so
That's
cool.
that's
I love
awesome.
this kind of stuff, you know.
Wow.
I don't have very many things like that, but I have a couple of things.
That's
Scott,
pretty good.
I have to show Scott my oldest book, and
Okay.
it's in Swedish, but it's a how do you make a mirror telescope by hand,
Okay.
and it's from the funny one is that I don't know when it's made, but every page is by type machine, you know, and it's single pages.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Wow.
So this is, as you can see, it's a old type machine.
Typed. Okay.
Yeah, and it's single
a
pages.
typewriter.
Yeah, it's single
Right.
pages. So this is empty. And,
Single-sided, yeah.
yeah, and this every page is typed.
Right.
And make it a book.
And the title was
It's a
Spiegel.
Spegel telescope. It's a mirror telescope.
Ah.
How to make-
Is it a play? Is that a play? Because Spiegel in German, Spiel is like play.
Yeah,
right.
and
It's
there is
like
there
a
is
copy telescope.
there is a picture how to make your
That's
telescope.
awesome.
Oh wow. Yeah.
First ATMs in Sweden.
Yeah.
Every
There you
I think
go.
I think it's from 1920s something.
Yeah. So there was a drive already back then. Now we have the technology.
Yeah, how to make
Completely
an own.
accessible.
Like I saw an old magazine in New York. They sold instructions for $1, 99 cents, how to make your own telescope. And people didn't understand that when they buy this for $1, they don't never build a telescope because
Right.
all the machines you need for making the mirror and so on. They
Raw materials, $1.
Yeah.
Instrumentation.
Here comes
1,000.
Richard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've only
So-
got one old astronomy related thing here. We got
Whoa.
Look at that.
Oh
That's
wow.
Yes.
Is that
gosh.
metal? Is that metal?
no, it's leather bound.
Oh
Leather.
wow.
Oh, that's pretty.
Oh,
That's
Love
antique.
that. beautiful.
Yes.
That's nice. That is nice.
Well,
Love the
I
colors.
have a picture of something old also, which next time maybe I'll share it with more people, but you guys might get a kick out of this. That's the original 1998 setup that I used to start my astronomy software career.
Oh,
Yeah, that has
Nice.
special meaning to me too. That's
the
the
old LX200. Is
Riverside
Yep.
Telescope Makers Conference.
That's exactly right. And
that a
the
10 inch?
what? Yeah, 10. No, it's an 8-inch.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
And the weight is like a daisy chain couple of ankle weights so that it would be the right balance. And the camera I never quite got working. That was the Meade. I don't remember what camera that was SCSI
Oh, it's one of the old
interface.
picture cameras. Yeah, that was a
Picture,
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
Those were a pretty penny back then, weren't they?
they
Yes, they were.
Oh my gosh.
Never
More than
quite
expensive
worked.
than the whole scope, I'm sure.
Right.
But it was those were the days.
Wow.
For the night. I've got,
Yes.
I've
It's
got to
only
get up early and get ready for work. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm already up, so
yeah. That's
Oh yeah. Sunrise already there.
oh yeah. I have to make it.
I see the
some
background
good-
there with the lighting.
Right.
Yeah, you got some good weather coming up ahead. Becca. Make sure you get a good rest.
Not today, not tomorrow, but on Friday and Saturday, and I have to get some pictures for on Friday because I have a training session with Molly on Saturday.
Awesome.
Oh, okay.
We
wow.
will first try to pull out as much we can from M42 that I have showed you, and I will try to catch something else, because the Orion is the only raw data I have, because we have had didn't have any possibilities because it's cloudy all the time, every night. So I have to shoot now everything, anything, and to get some raw data to process and learn to process in PixInsight. So, or I have to ask from somebody.
The good part, Becca, over the years, you're going to collect more and more. And now with today's technology, you just can keep on archiving and stacking and piling it on. Right? I've heard of guys who've imaged stuff over years. I mean, look at that Crab Nebula animation, right? You just happen to have the same setup.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just going to get better and better. You're going to be able to go back to the archives and build your database, right?
But the problem is that I need them today. I need the data today.
Time, prisoner time.
Yeah, I need the data until Saturday.
Totally.
So I have to borrow from somebody here in Sweden. Ask if I can borrow their data and process them. So that's the only way.
A heck of a party, man.
Yeah. Why don't we have an archive that we can download to training for process some picture series?
Oh, yeah.
For something.
There are some, well, Damian Peach, for example, he does do tutorials like Gary Palmer does, but he also allows you to download some of his original data sets to with.
I can ask Gary if I can.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Borrow or buy or something.
Sure.
So maybe somebody should.
I'm sure Molly would also do something.
Yeah, Molly should have a couple of sets.
Right.
So, but they would be funny if there was an archive you can buy some data set and train on those, because you need just one object. It's not enough, because the next set is difficult. It's different. You have to process it differently, because the weather condition is different, the light pollution is different, the temperature is different, and so on.
True.
So every shot is
calibration frames and
exactly,
and
it's kind of. I think it's better than just one object to learn process on one object. Maybe 10 objects, only stars, galaxies, nebulas.
Interesting. It'd be interesting. It'd be like a collection.
Yeah.
That you go process
and training and
share with the community.
Exactly.
Processing skills. Very good idea.
That's a great idea, and I think Gary has a good. What he does is he kind of skips a lot of the steps, right? He takes snapshots of different stages in the process, and that's a good. If you could do that with a little tutorial set of data, that's a nice idea.
Now I was meaning that if you could borrow somebody's total set of lights, darks, flats, and biases. The whole catalogs, and then process.
Jeff Wise is pointing out something here in chat, and he's saying that the Hubble data is also free. You know.
Okay, so I can download from there.
And in fact, many of the orbiting observatory probably have access. Because it was built with tax dollars.
Okay. Okay, good.
Pekka, I don't know if you have access to Twitch or Discord.
No.
But I was going to say the Clear Skies Network on Twitch, they do some processing and stuff, and if you check them out you'll get an invite to the Discord. It'll be in their chat over time, and they have sharing of data files and stuff like that going on. So you
Good.
might find your
Could
way
you,
into that.
could you send me an email, or I can share my email address to everybody.
Just put it in the Zoom
in the
chat.
chat. In the chat.
Yeah, just I'll
One thing I reflect as you were saying these things, and they're great ideas, Pekka, is it shows also that we're kind of in the pioneering stages of big data and cloud computing.
Yes.
And my, your head kind of quickly explodes. There's so many things that need to be addressed, but there's a lot of people now that can put their heads together on this problem. And eventually, as an engineer myself, I could see that these problems will start to get solved, and it's going to get more and more. Again, the barrier of entry, and a lot of people can come into the crowdsourcing and stuff, and it will just get better and better. So your ideas are fantastic, and then and hopefully this inspires some more people and developers and the community to start to come together and solve these problems, because it's just going to get better and better. But it's as advanced as we are, we're still in the early stages of this next evolution.
Absolutely, absolutely. So for me, it's the weather. That's the problem. And when I can get my data by myself, I have to get it from somewhere else. Because if I don't have data, I cannot train.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So if there was a cloud community that I have a good picture, that there is a very little bit demanding processing, I can upload it, and the categories from 1 to 5, and I can say that this is difficult level 3. And who wants a difficult level 3 data, take it down from the cloud, and processing and training and processing and training. And next step, it's the level 4 data.
Well, it's going to have to be like a Google type of system where you're going to have to be able to have searching, indexing, and categorization, because people are looking for different things.
Yeah.
Right, in different data. Some people want a pretty picture. Some people want scientific data.
Yeah, exactly.
Different instrumentation, different levels of exposure, different resolution. There's a lot of different factors.
Yeah.
But you can use AI, and you can use a lot of the tools.
Or you
start to auto filter this, and then you can do some indexing. So it's just that astronomy doesn't have that big base like other communities to be able to do that yet. But it will get there. It will get there.
Yeah. If I type that I have a Skywatcher ED80 and I am shooting with Canon DSLR with Optolong L Extreme or L Pro, it will check what kind of data sets there are available for me to download.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be fantastic.
Yes. Yes.
Somebody.
I'm sure we're going to see it, Pekka, in our
Yes. But I am a total beginner. I can shoot, kind of, but the processing, that's the problem.
Pekka, you can dedicate a large portion of your time now at this point, right?
Yes.
Is that true?
24
Fantastic.
hours.
So dive in. This is great. We're right behind you. I unfortunately not quite at that stage yet in my career. I'm getting close, but I can't wait to join you full time.
Yeah, thank you. Because I'm isolated, so I have time, and I will use every minute wisely. So that's processing, and looking for my stuff that they are ready for shooting when it's time. That's my days. That's my days.
Cool.
Actually, I'm looking for a dog to my companion. I need somebody to talk.
Nice.
And watch my stuff. Watch my stuff.
Watch your stuff. That's right.
I have thought a beagle. Do you know the beagle?
Beagle, yes. David Levy loves beagles. Just if you see him next time, you should mention, "Oh, I want a beagle." He'll start talking about beagles.
Okay. I have Jack Russell or beagle. But let's see.
There is a gentleman on the chat. His name is Jeff Wise, and he'd like to send you some data sets. So
I think Jeff Wise was. Let's see. I have
Jeff, I just sent
something.
you Pekka's email address. So
I think I have an idea who Jeff is. Let me see.
he watches a lot of our programming.
Yeah, I think that
He's building
he has
an
fingers.
telescopes to use.
I think he has a fingers that on this that Molly is training me.
On that note, Scott, I mean, this is what's the other thing that's cool about the technology we have is, hey, you can actually have parallel processing. Like you can have multiple telescopes now with imaging at the same time, which is fantastic. I mean, yeah, you can have the most, you can literally stack up, you know, even if you have the same telescope times whatever 3 or 4, you can take all those and they can be on different objects or same objects and basically stack up. So in places like Seattle where you hardly have any nights free, you know, you can start to take advantage of parallel processing.
Right.
Scott, can you tell Jeff Wise greetings from me and 1,000 thank you for him.
He's watching you right now. So
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Who is Jeff? From here?
No. Jeff is in the chat. He's in the live chat right now.
Okay, so he's he's not in the picture.
He's not on the Zoom.
Okay, man, but
he's waiting till he's ready to come on. So
okay, because he is the guy who speak with Molly. That Molly will train me.
Yes, that's right. That is
yeah.
That's right.
Yes. So I would like to thank you, Jeff, also.
Mm-hmm.
But I have not met him personally.
He will email you, and then you guys can connect on something.
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
Okay.
Okay. Right. This is better than. What can you say?
Yeah,
what
it was
can I
really
say?
nice having you.
Fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic.
That's great.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night, good day.
Good day.
Yeah. Great
I have
party.
a cartoon behind me that describes the Big Bang.
Yes.
This is the moment of the Big
Let's
Bang.
fire up the Large Hadron Collider.
I maybe have one last picture for you if you don't have seen this. If you don't have if you don't have
seconds before the creation of our universe. All right.
If you don't have this one.
Let's see.
Oh yeah.
It's a photo of a black hole. It took us 23 years and $74 million, but we finally got it.
I love it. Yeah.
All right.
All right, gentlemen.
Clear skies.
All right. Thanks,
okay.
everyone.
Good night.
I learned to share. That's what I learned. I learned to share. Okay. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Okay.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Take care.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Buenas noches.
it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Good night. Take care, Richard.
Catch you later.